Assemble! Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Atla Fayon and Pek Sowan, thank you for hitting me with your subscriptions even before I started. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Welcome back. Hope you are doing great today. We have a busy schedule today. There's so much stuff I wanna talk about and I wanna like experiment with. We are absolutely going to update the tier list I did. Heyo, Lucas Eritzo, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. Yesterday's Challenger Cup was so entertaining. Thanks for it. I appreciate that. I'm glad you liked it. I enjoyed it too. I thought it was great. I thought it was great. The only thing that I felt like was a little bit off was the fact that they released the TCG ban list one day before it. So I was really itching to just like do TCG, but like I can't. It was planned. Of course I'm gonna do the Challenger Cup, and it was very fun, but that was the only thing. That was like the only thing about it. But it's not Thursday. I know, but I am leaving for YCS Lyon tomorrow, so I can't do it tomorrow. But yeah, that was like one of the most requested things under my recent tier list, which I mean I'm aware that I did a meta tier list like just a couple weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. But the most requested thing was like, hey, do another updated tier list. So that's one thing we're gonna do today. I'm going to try and vlog the YCS. I've never done it before. I'm gonna see how it turns out. And then I'm gonna decide whether I'm gonna make it into a video or not. But I'm gonna try. Are you flying? No, I'm taking the train. I told you this before. I try to take the train whenever possible. I don't like flying for environmental reasons. So I'm gonna take an like 8-hour train ride or something. And yeah. Do we get any info on the triple toad situation? You will just have to wait. You will just have to wait for that to find out whether I was able to summon triple toad or not in the no ban list thing. But yeah, that did already happen. The filming is done for that. It is in the works to be published by Cart Market. I'm pretty sure. A train can be easier than dealing with airports. I mean, I actually don't mind it. I don't mind skipping flights to take the train. I actually find train rides to be quite like chill. I like it. If you don't have any problems with like connecting trains or whatever, and like you know, delays and whatnot, then I really like I like going by train a lot. I'm also going to be going to London by train, yeah. I'm also going to be going to London by train. That's the big if. I mean, you can have delays when you fly. It's like the same thing. And the airport stuff also takes quite a while. So it's like, yeah. I'm going with Flixbus Wicked. I mean, that's the thing. The thing is, I don't like long bus rides. I get sick on long bus rides. I don't like it. Do you know what cards you'll need from Photon Hypernova yet? I mean, I've just organized all the possible things I might need. But I already have everything organized. Are you going to cope with Arashima? My take on Arashima is that basically what I said, when was that? Monday night when I went live for the short ban list reaction. I think Mahashima is playable to make Toad, but my problem is that, wait, hold up. Thank you, Dio. Thank you for the 5 months. Glad you've been enjoying the time. Ahashima for Toad is possible, but my problem with it is that a Toad without Elf is just 1 negate, and I don't think it's worth to do all these extra steps to just have 1 negate. So I don't know if I would play Toad at all anymore in Spright, because I mean the deck has red and carrot. The deck has red and carrot, so why do you go like all these extra steps to have one negate? The only reason to make Toad was that it was so good with Elf because it was double negate. Unless you, yeah, maybe double cross. Maybe there's a line where you go double cross and Ahashima to make Toad, and then you have 2 Toad negates. Maybe. But then again, at the same time, do you need double cross plus Toad instead of like Smasher plus another like red or carrot negate plus XYZ, something like that? You know what I mean? Like, is that better? Is it better to have Toad double cross than having like Smashers, red, and one other XYZ interruption or link interruption? I don't know necessarily, because like Swap Frog is an awful normal summon, I think. It was already not a great normal summon now, but I think it gets even worse if you don't even have the elf lines. But it's like, I don't think it's awful to consider Ahashima. I don't think it's awful, but I also don't think it's gonna be a staple, like the best route. But we're gonna talk about that today. Let's very quickly, let's not skip the warm up, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's do the card guesser. Luler, thank you for the 12 months already. Appreciate you. Welcome back. A full year. Thank you so much. Glad you've been enjoying the content for an entire year. All right. Let's quickly get the card guesser out of the way, because we already skipped it yesterday. I can't possibly skip it 2 days in a row. It's not possible. But then we have a tight schedule, so let's get at it. I know this card. Is this Oguchi again? I don't think it is, actually. No, it's not. But it's like, oh, is it Rods again? Is it Twin Long Rods? It is, okay. We did have that recently. I remembered it. I just didn't remember the name. This is the Monk. Like, what is it called? Monk Fighter? Monk, it's not Anarchist Monk Ranshin. It's Master Monk, right? Yeah. Is that Electromite? No. It looks like that one freaking Digimon. Oh, it's Top Logic. Yeah. Is this Queen of Thorns? Yep. This one I don't know. Or I feel like I don't know. Some Ogdodic. Alright. Some Ogdodic means I'm skipping. Ogdodic calling. Alright. This is a Resonator. At least judging from the face, but it's not. I don't know which one. Double Resonator? If you say so. If you say so. Okay, this is Perry, I think. Please be Perry. Dark City, I think is what it's called. It's like the equivalent to... Wait, it's not that? Really? Oh, it's Living Fossil. Oh my god, I got baited so hard. That kind of look... Tell me that looks like Dark City, please. Please tell me... Someone tell me that looked like Dark City. Just tell me I was not the only one. That's Marionetter. Okay, this is a Flower Cardian. And there's no way. Gathering. Just the fact that there's like 5 different responses in terms of what card that was immediately tells me I was right to skip it. This one I've never seen. Oh, wait, I have. Oh, God, it's Lefty Driver. Yep. Is this Rev System? Yep. It is Rev System. This... Dino Wrestler? No. Red Warg? What is that? Okay, some fossil stuff, but it's not Fossil Dyna. Wait, that's Baby Cerosaurus, but... What is that card? I've never seen this. Space-time transcendence. Okay. Wait, is it Rocket Warrior? Is it what it's called? Yeah. Oh, I feel like this is one of the noble arms. Wait, world key? Really? Oh, okay. Not a noble arms then. I was wrong. Vanilla. Oh god, the vanilla with the claw thingy. I think it is called claw something. Reacher? Claw Reacher, yeah. Who? Oh, it's Eater of Millions. Oh, I didn't need that zoom. I did not need that zoom. I just wasted. Huh? Oh. I didn't know that was a thing. Snake Rain, right? Gusto Falco something, right? Gusto Vadir? The hell is that? Okay, you're right, but what is it? I've never seen this. I always just guess Gusto Falco, but it's never Gusto Falco. Do they just all look like Gusto Falco? This is an Edge Imp. Edge Imp. Cotton Eater. Yep. This might be Tenzin. Tensu. Yeah. What do we have here? I do not know. Monosynchron. All right. Ah, this looks familiar. I don't want to zoom. Vendrid? Scavenger. Okay, it's not actually familiar. I lied. I don't know why that looked familiar, because I don't actually know what that is. Oh, that's Call of the Haunted. Call of the Haunted. What's that? Oh, I know this. Are you sure it's Witch Doctor? Oh, Witch Doctor of Chaos, yeah. It gains attack based on, I think, your card's banished or something. What the hell are you? Your Moon Guard? Your Moon... Okay. No. What is that? Oh, Theory on Charge? Really? Oh, this is a trap hole angle. It's not treacherous. Is it treacherous? Are you sure? Oh, it is. Wait, what? Really? Now, who do we have here? I don't know this one. Magistric Maginician. Okay. This is like a gimmick puppet, like XYZ situation. String. Yeah, it actually was that. I was right. I'm getting Aether vibes. Yeah, because it is Aether. That explains the Aether vibes. I don't know what this is though. Do. Buster. Sure, whatever you say. What? I feel like I should know this. Oh yeah, because it's Blazing Mirror Force. It looked very familiar. Fog, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Smile indeed. Is this Samorg? No, it's Dragunity. It's Sonatus. Who are you? I feel like I've seen you before. Yeah, it's King Tell, right? Yeah. Is that just Feral Imp? Yeah. It's a number, but I can't tell the number yet. What is that, 66? Well, it's definitely not Master Key Beetle. It's definitely not... Wait, what? Oh, it's a 36. Whatever you say. Huyuk. Xenomorph, welcome back to month number 5. Appreciate you. This is Shock Trooper. Apparently one word. I feel like I've seen you before. Riryoku Field. What? I mean, I'm gonna just type Panther and I will find it. It's not Panther Warrior. Lady Panther? I'm giving up. Beast War. It was a Puma. Oh God. I don't know. Apparently, I don't know the difference between a Puma and a Panther. I don't know if that's embarrassing or not. This is a Chronomaly. But what type of Chronomaly? Moai Carrier? Indeed. There's a lot going on here, but I feel like I've seen it. It's a Bujin. Wait, not a Nujin. It's a Bujin. But I think it is Kagutsuchi. Yeah. Oh. What's it called? The Warrior Turbo. That's what it's called. I only know this one because of the Nesh thing on the DAI video that Jesse did. Otherwise, I've never seen this before. Okay, surely you are called Piper. It's not Mystic Piper. Apprentice Piper, apparently. All right. What are you? Wait, what are you? I don't know what you are. Metamorph Fortress? I've never seen that. Oh! Fox. Some Fox. Is that Inari Fire? Are you sure it's Inari Fire? It is that. Okay. Now, what? Big Mayakashi Synchro. Mayakashi. Okay, which one of these sounds big? Absolute Zero Mayakashi. That sounds big. It's not big. Gasha Dokuro. Isn't that famous song? Oh, it's Alexandrite. This is A Salamangrade. Is it? It's not Gazelle. Oh, it's the Zebra. I don't even remember what Zebra does. This is Dark Infant. Oh, what's this one called? Is it D-Signal? It's not D-Signal. It's like, it's not Mutant. It's D-Hero. Deformation? It is Deformation. Oh, that's the structure deck one. The structure deck Dark Magician. Like the old structure deck. Well, what is it called? Dark Sage? It's not just Dark Sage. No, it's not Dark. Dark Eradicator Warlock? Yeah. What are you? Dimer Synthesis. Alright. Oh, it's Hand Destruction. What the hell? Is that Resort? It's not. Oh, it's the Mech Knight thingy. I'm not getting it. Anyways. Hey, almost 900. That's not bad. Almost 900. That's not bad. That's a good warm-up. That's a good warm-up. You can get White Jorl today? Okay, let's do it quickly. I was planning not to do it, but if you say I can easily get it. Hello? That's not White Jorl. Opened the wrong page. It's not loading. It's not loading. We can't do it. We can't do it, but now I really want to. Oh well. Maybe later. Oh wait, now it loaded. Okay, well, weird. Weird, but now it's there. All right, Goddess. Not a Link monster, higher than level 5, lower than 3k, has defense. It is not just an effect monster though. So let's just aim at like, I don't know, level 7 synchro. Or like, let's do Draco Sack. Okay, it's a machine. Maybe XYZ. Let's do, what's the thing called? Gustav Max. Wait, that's older. Okay. What is the new ones? Dora. What's it called? This thing. Is that possible though? No, the defense is too high. Oh wait, we already have XYZ. It's not extra deck? Wait, is that what this means if it's red? Would it be yellow if it was extra deck? Really? I felt like it could be synchro. I feel like it still could be, but is there a machine synchro from after 2013? I mean, there surely is, but... it could also be high-level ritual, I guess. But machine? Decisive armor? No, that had too much defense anyways, but it's 2015. 2015, Dark or Earth machine. Not a ritual. Scrap Dragon is like 2010. Power Tool is also way too old. Oh, we've hit a sub goal. Wait, no, we haven't. Why does it tell? Why does it say? Oh, wait, anyways. No, we have. Okay, anyways. While I think about this, you all can enjoy
Joshua
this.
Schmidt. Joshua Schmidt. Joshua Schmidt. Joshua Schmidt.
My god, the sub goal is now up to 800. Thank you guys so much for the support in the recent weeks. I appreciate all of you being here. Alright. Machine. Level 8 or 9. Guessing 8. Is there a Karakuri synchro? There's a Karakuri level 9 synchro.
Joshua.
I think. But that's 2020, which it can't be. The other Karakuri synchros like Buraido is not 2015.
Joshua's got it perfect. It all comes down to this. Joshua Schmidt goes for it.
Oh wait, it could be a Cleaford.
It's over.
Joshua Schmidt.
It could be a Cleaford. Stealth? Oh! Raptor, Jeebus, and Salop, thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate you. Alright. Nice. Nice. Pen best deck, but not Cleaford. We never lose while the remix is playing. Have we noticed that? We never lose while it's playing. It just doesn't happen. We don't lose coin flips and like all that. It doesn't happen. Subtroop, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. All right. Let's not lose any more time. Let's not lose any more time. I know I said on Monday that I would prepare for Leon today. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't want to. Like I don't want to make Leon content. I'm just gonna do that in my off time. I wanna create content for the new format. Duena guy, thank you for the 4. Welcome back. Appreciate you a lot. All right. Let me switch over to the recording mode because this will obviously be a YouTube video. I know I've done a tier list just 2 weeks ago, and I don't want to just like spam tier list content, but this was the most requested thing. This was the most requested thing under my recent tier list. It's like, how would you update this with the new ban list? The freaking most asked question is, what do you think of this deck now, that deck now? And tier lists are simply the best way. They are very simply the best way of putting my thoughts into video form and visualize them. The easiest to like, it is just what it is. It's just what it is. So hello YouTube to a new format, updated tier list post the recent Forbidden and Limited list update. Huge disclaimer in the beginning. This is my initial thought of these decks. I have also had the same amount of time than all of you since the Forbidden and Limited list update dropped. I have not tested all of these decks, but I'm just using this as like a way to express my thoughts on these decks for the upcoming format, because there's a couple of decks I'm really hyped to try, and then there's a couple of decks that I don't really think are going to be that great, despite, you know, tier limit being essentially like completely nuked. Anyways, let's not talk about it too much. I think the categories are self-explanatory. You will notice that I have not made a category as like the best deck, because I don't think that is something that exists quite yet, or like if anything, we don't know what it is yet. We're just gonna go through a bunch of these decks and evaluate them in terms of what I think of them for the upcoming format. And we are going to start with, actually I haven't sorted this, but let me just go as what let me just go through them in the order that they appear, like whatever. Let's just do that. It's fine. Adventure is something that I think, well, there's no deck behind this, but I still really wanted to include it. As of now, I think the adventure engine gets better with the new format, with the new list, because the Ishizu cards were a huge menace to playing anything incorporating the adventure engine, because like very often going second you would deal with stuff like, oh damn, they milled my Draco back, they milled my my Griffin, and now my engine is significantly weaker. And like if they hit Fateful, it was like a complete disaster. So I think the Adventure engine, just the package, simply because it is untouched on the ban list, and the Shizu cards are moving out of the format a little bit, I think the Adventure engine has potential. I don't know exactly where you're going to put it in, right? You could maybe argue, okay, the engine is maybe okay in Kashtira, but is that the best version of Kashtira? I don't know. It's okay in Branded. It's been played in Branded before. Is that the best version of Branded? Probably not. You can play it in like Dragon Link. You can play it in whatever. Like the engine is playable. The cards are still good, but I don't know exactly where they go yet. But I'm definitely thinking that the Adventure engine has some potential. And now the first deck for the top category, I believe, is Branded. I personally think that it was even reasonable to go as far as to like limiting Branded Fusion alongside the other changes, because Branded, I think, is one of the decks that like immediately comes to mind when you think of new format stuff. The deck has just received support, which is very good support as well. The Cartesia whole lore archetype stuff is very strong. They also have huge synergy with the Bestials, so that it's one of those decks that can still play the Bestials, which I think is an advantage for it. So the deck has huge potential. I don't think it's going to be like the non-plus ultra best deck by far, simply because it's shown in the past that like it is relatively counterable, right? Like if people start playing Ash Blossom again, if people start playing Dimensional Barrier in their side decks again, Despia is a deck that you can combat, but it is a strong deck for sure for the upcoming format, especially if for some reason Ash Blossom isn't as popular, and if it's only one deck among like 3 or 4 others where people are not going to be able to main deck like the Barrier or something like that, like specific hate targeted at Branded. I think the deck is quite good. It's a very, very strong combo deck, and it doesn't really have any hits on the ban list as of now. So I do think that Branded will be a very strong competitor in the upcoming format. Dino is still in here because I just had it from the last... I just used all the things that I had in the last ban list and added a few more. Dino, I still think is probably not good. It's like the extra True Kings... The extra True Kings kind of help, I guess. Like, I don't even know if you play that still, like the True King version. But I guess we could throw it here with the... I did see that they announced new Dino support. So I guess I'm going to throw it into this category rather than the probably not good category, because Dinos do get decent support somewhere down the line, and that could probably make them relevant again. For now, I don't think this deck is that strong. I think it's probably Copium. Dogmatica with the support from Photon Hypernova. I've talked about it before, that the new continuous spell card is very strong, but I still don't know if that's good enough. Like I feel like Dogmatica is probably not good. I don't want to spend too much time talking about Dogmatica, but I think it's like probably not strong enough. But it might not be the worst idea to give this deck a try still. As its own deck, I agree. As its own deck, I don't think this deck is going to be top tier or strong. Maybe you can splash it in other decks. We still have 3 Nadir Servant. That was a good splash in some decks in the past. Maybe, maybe. But as its own deck, I don't think it's just enough that they got Dogmatic Cut Tricks and the new Ritual Monster. I don't think that's enough. Draco Slayer suffers. Like I think Draco Slayer was a good deck before Photon Hypernova. Like right now in the TCG, the deck's all right. I do think this deck suffers a lot from the fact that it, like Kashtira, has a very easy time just locking your pendulum zones, which I feel like hurts Pendulum as an archetype a lot. Like, on the other hand, like any deck that goes second against Kashtira and does not have a way to out the board probably loses. You could also argue like that, right? You could argue that any deck that goes second into Kashtira and doesn't have board breakers has a problem, but I don't know. Like it's probably like playable. It's not the end of the world, but I think this deck is like somewhere between probably not good, but like maybe like bottom of this category. You know what? For the pendulum enjoyers, because I know there's a whole community of pendulum enjoyers out there, I'm gonna throw it here. It's gonna end up the bottom of the maybe good category, but probably not. But I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. I know that some of you enjoy pendulum way too much to like not play it. Like some of you are gonna try it, and some of you are probably gonna be like topping regionals and whatnot. I don't think this deck's gonna perform particularly well at a YCS, but it's okay. Dragon Link. I'll throw in maybe good. Like, I don't know if Dragon Link is that good still. And I'm gonna say that about a lot of the things from last year's national format. Basically, a lot of people have said or have voiced their concerns that all that this ban list does is throw us back into this era before Power of the Elements, where like, oh, we have like a billion viable decks now, and you don't know what to prepare for anymore, and it's going to be so toxic, and there's going to be so many different decks that all come back now, right? We're going to have like Despia, Sword Soul, Drytron, Dragon Link, Flunder, all that stuff, right? We have like the same format as Nationals. I personally don't think that's the case. I think that the cards released in Power of the Elements, Darkwing Blast, Tactical Masters, all those cards released in those decks, in those sets, are still way better. Are still better than the stuff that existed last year, I think. Even though they have put a huge stop to power creep with this ban list, right? They've just basically eliminated the tier limit power creep and some of the sprite power creep. A lot of the cards that came out in Photon, Hypernova, Darkwing Blast, and so on that are still legal are still a lot better than the old decks. So I don't know if Dragon Link really keeps up with some of the... I mean, you're going to hear my opinion on like the new stuff, right? You're going to hear my opinion on Spright. I think Spright is still very strong, just to like not too much spoilers, but I still think like Spright is very good. Labyrinth is good, Kashtira is good, and like the old decks really don't keep up with that stuff, I think. But like Dragon Link is like the one deck that's probably okay to play, but definitely not top tier, I think. Drytron, I've heard a lot of people say like, oh, Drytron is back. I don't think it is. I personally think Drytron is copium. I'm not going to throw it in the very bottom category, but I personally think that the Bestials are still gonna be a thing. Magnemute at 3 is still a huge like card, like being interruption, body on the field, +1 searcher for any other dragon. I think Bestials, specifically Magnemute plus some of the other ones, are still gonna see play, even though they are not like countering the best deck in the format anymore, right? Like Tierlist is definitely not the best deck of the format anymore, and like the Bestials as counters to that are not going to see as much main deck play. They are not going to see as much main deck play, but they will see, I think, at the very minimum, a lot of side deck play. Like decks like Branded are even still going to main deck the Bestials because they have inherent synergy with them. So some decks are going to main deck Bestials, some decks are going to side them, but they will still be very popular overall. So Drytron is not in a great spot, and the same is for Eldritch. Eldritch I'm even going to throw down here. I've talked about it in the past. I'm probably even going to exclude Eldritch in future tier lists unless it sees a lot of play for some reason. But Eldritch just does not keep up with other trap decks in the game. Of course, it still is a Floodgate deck, and it still could steal a couple games from people by flipping Floodgates, but overall, Eldritch is a worse trap deck than Labyrinth, and it's a worse stun/Floodgate deck than Runick, so I really wouldn't recommend you to play Eldritch. And the same goes for Exo Sister, actually. Like, Exo Sister is not an awful deck, so I'm not gonna say it's like so mega lol bad, right? But it's just not, if you compare the deck to the decks up here, like it just doesn't compare. And especially now that like Shifter is going to play less of a role, I think, in this upcoming format, right? Like, Shifter is still a good card. It's still oppressive, but depending on what ends up on top, right? Like, we're going to see Shifter not even being a solid main deck option anymore. And that was, like, the only thing that Exo Sister did. Yeah. Flouanderies is like Exo Sister, but better, as it's always been, even without Barrier Statue. I probably think it's not the best. It's not like, I wouldn't say Flunder is dead, but I also wouldn't say Flunder is good. It's kind of like in the same spot as it is in Master Duel right now, which is a great point for like comparison. But for Master Duel, there's two things. The power level in Master Duel is a little bit lower because we haven't had the Power of the Elements cards yet. So, you know, it's not that good as it is in Master Duel. And also, in Master Duel, it's not even like consistently doing well. It's like an okay deck, which I assume is still going to be the case. The deck still has great grind game. The deck still can play Shifter, whatever that's worth in the upcoming format. Probably not worth as much as it is right now. And it still makes relatively good boards, but like they're just not unbreakable, right? They're just not unbreakable anymore, right? The barrier statue made it truly unbreakable most of the time. Now it's just like, okay, Empen means you have to summon in defense. I have the trap to summon like an Apex or a Reza, which is like a bounce, and then I have it, or a negate, and then I can book your stuff. But that's very realistic to play through. I think that's very realistic to play through. I think the deck is not dead. I really don't think so. But I think it's not something that people are immediately going to be hyped to try. So I don't expect to see it a whole lot. But yeah, I don't think it's that great. Adignister is, once again, a lot of the decks from this last year's national format are going to end up in this category. People are going to be hyped to try them out again, but I just don't see this keeping up in terms of power level with the other decks. I do think this deck is even a little bit better than Mathmech, because this at least doesn't completely get screwed over by Bystials. Just a little bit, I guess. Like, it can suffer from Bystials a little bit if you get hit by them in some parts of your combo, because some of them are light or dark, but both of these, actually all three of these Cyberse decks, Mathmech, Marincess, and Adignister, are all not bad. Don't mistake this category with bad decks. All of those decks are like okay, but none of those decks are going to be meta-defining, super strong, or like the best choice for events, I think, if you want to do as well as possible, simply because they are kind of like not as good as the stuff that we have. It's just like one card combo with a bunch of hand trap, basically, which all of those lists are. I don't think that's going to be particularly well positioned in the metagame. And that's that for all the Cyberse decks. Like, they're all okay, but probably not the best choice if you want to do super well at a YCS. You can definitely top like a regional with those decks. Don't mistake that category for like definitely don't play those decks. If I thought those decks were completely bad, I would put them down here, where I think these two decks are. Like, there still is a difference between the decks down here and the decks up here, but yeah. And now we have a couple of the heavyweights coming up. Kashtira, I have a take on Kashtira that is, I feel like, different than what most people think, because people have like complained about this new ban list in some ways, where they said like, oh, Kashtira is like, now everyone has to spend their money on Kashtira. And I don't think that's true. Regardless, I'm still going to put Kashtira into this category right here, because yes, it is a very strong deck. And also, yes, I do not like the way Kashtira plays. I do not enjoy the mechanics that Kashtira has. I think like taking apart your extra deck, taking apart like banishing top cards of your deck face down, locking your zones. I don't think Kashtira is very fun. But only because you don't like to play against a deck, or because you don't think a deck is fun, doesn't mean that it's the best deck in the format, right? That like, yeah, okay, I don't like being paired against Kashtira, but that doesn't mean that I'm actually like scared of it, or like think I'm always going to lose to it. I don't think that's the case. I think the Kashtira cards are very, very strong cards that will probably find a home in various decks, right? Kashtira as a splash can be very strong with like just Fenrir, Field Spell, smaller packages, basically. But overall, I think Kashtira in the upcoming format is going to play a very similar role to what Fluandereeze was in the past. Fluandereeze in the past was obnoxious, you hated to face it, but at the end of the day, it never turned out to be the actual best deck for the format, right? And I think that's very similar to Kashtira, because Kashtira, and I've said this before, I haven't made a specific video on YouTube about it, which is why I'm repeating myself, but I've like tweeted about this. Kashtira does not really check the boxes of a deck that is completely dominant in the metagame. The deck doesn't put up any negates. The deck doesn't put any, like, the deck doesn't really diversify its end board in a way where it has, like, back row and maybe interruption from grave or hand. It only is a couple of annoying monsters, and it has a slight chance of messing up with your ratios by banishing stuff from your extra deck and your main deck. That's actually all it does, right? It's just, it puts up, like, a Shangri-Era that locks, like, 3 of your zones, not even all of them, unless they draw completely nuts. Like, in order for you to lock more than 3 of your opponent's zones, you have to draw very specific, like 3-4 card combos and upwards and go uninterrupted, which is completely unreasonable. Normally, the deck puts up like a Macrocosmos, a Shangri-Era that locks 3 zones and summons a Fenrir, and banishes a card from your extra deck and a couple random cards from your deck. That is all. That is all it does. It does so very consistently. It's very hard to combat it with hand traps, but because the board that it makes is so weak to spells anyways, I predict that we're going to see a couple of decks just go without hand traps in the next format and just beat up the deck with, like, Tasking, Talents, Change of Heart, Mind Control, whatever, you name it. All those cards are incredibly strong against Kashtira. Nibiru is very strong against Kashtira if they don't play around it. Kurikara is really strong. There is so many cards that hit Kashtira's endboard really hard that the endboard is just not resilient enough for it to be the best deck in the format. And so I don't think Kashtira will actually end up being a deck that you need to play if you want to do well. You will not be forced to pay the price for Kashtira, and it will not end up being tier 0 or even like the best deck out of the tier 1 decks. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. Yes, the deck will see play. Yes, you're sometimes going to auto lose games to it because you don't draw an answer and it's annoying. Basically, all the things that Flunder did last format. All the things that Flunder did last format, Kashtira is new Flunder. That's it. That's it. So if you want to be that guy, and you can't be that anymore with Flunder, yes, Kashtira is that deck now. But anyone just trying to do as well as possible and don't want to spend all the money on Kashtira, you don't have to. You really don't have to. And even then, I think it's less oppressive than Flunder. I think it's less oppressive than Flunder because of no barrier statue-esque situation, right? It's just like very easy to solve with certain board breakers, in my opinion. So yes, Kashtira is strong. Yes, it goes into the huge potential category, but mainly because I think we're going to see a lot of experimentation with the Kashtira cards in other archetypes, because they are just generically very strong. But I personally am not worried as much about pure Kashtira as a deck as some people out there, which, you know, take it with a grain of salt. Of course, this is my first impression, but I don't think Kashtira is as good as people make it out to be. Yes, it is definitely as annoying as people make it out to be, but I don't think it's as good as people make it out to be. Anyways, Labyrinth goes here. You might not like it. You might not like it, but that deck is good. And I'm not even talking about the floodgates. I'm not even talking about the floodgates, but Labyrinth, if you've looked into the Labyrinth cards, if you guys know I'm a trap deck enjoyer. You guys know I'm a trap deck enjoyer, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't enjoy the floodgate playstyle, but like the grind game playstyle of like normal trap cards, I enjoy. And I think Labyrinth, I've looked at Labyrinth. Labyrinth has an insane grind game. Labyrinth has an insane grind game, and yes, it can also be paired with floodgates. I don't know if that's going to be the best version, but I mean, if floodgates are at your disposal, you probably use them. But overall, the Labyrinth grind game is actually insane. I think someone that truly understands the Labyrinth grind game might not even need floodgates to win with this. It's very, very good overall, and I think some of the trap cards that it can play are also very good against Kashtira because Labyrinth doesn't need its extra deck. You can also build your Labyrinth deck in a way where the random banishes from the top of your deck don't matter as often. And so you probably can just go like, oh, Kashtira locks a couple of my monster zones anyway, set 5 pass, break your board with like a compulse, way measuring, or way bridge, whatever it's called, get out, whatever. There's ways. I think Labyrinth is a good deck. I'm excited to try it. I think it looks very fun. Besides the floodgates, and I think it has a lot of potential. I think it's very good. I mean, of course, one thing to be mentioned in this spot is that Labyrinth is one of those decks that obviously has the ability to take advantage of people not being prepared for it, right? If people are... I don't think they'll block your main monster zone after seeing extra. Okay, look. If you are a competent Labyrinth player, you are not going to play a Labyrinth extra deck. I'm throwing that at you right now. You will simply not play your freaking one fiend monster that you will summon every 10 games maybe, that you don't actually need because you only ever touch your extra deck if you already win the game. You freaking play an extra deck of a different deck. You play like the branded extra deck. You play a Kashtira extra deck, whatever you think is fitting. You don't play a Labyrinth extra deck. There's no shot. You will not. That will not be the play with Kashtira in the metagame. You don't need your extra deck. You don't need it. You simply don't need it. So you are not going to give away the information that you're playing Labyrinth against Kashtira. There's no shot. You're not going to play Punishment. You're not going to play Punishment. Unironically, 0 extra deck cards could be worth. I mean, you don't get to play the pots then. I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if that's worth it, but that's a topic for a different day. I don't think that Kashtira locking your spell trap zones all the time is a problem because A, this deck can play cards like Lava Golem and Sphere Mode in the side deck, no problem. After they know what you're playing, right? You have ways. They're never going to lock all of your back row. They're going to lock like 3. So you can either still set 2, which sometimes can be enough to remove the Shangri era, or you can simply activate a power spell after siding. Like, that's not a problem. So I think Labyrinth has potential. I think Labyrinth has potential. So I like it. I like it. I hope it's not going to be a floodgate pile. It might be, but I'm looking forward to playing the more grindy, like, interaction-based versions of the deck. Madolche goes down here now because of a couple of things. First of all, it loses the Ishizu cards, which it was playing to some extent. But it also loses one of the main reasons to play the deck, which was it kind of countered Tierlist. It was kind of okay against Tierlist, so I don't think Madolche is something I would recommend for the upcoming format. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Mikanko, I've decided to keep it in here. I think Mikanko Libromancer is something... Like, this deck just feels like a freaking Nationals deck from last year. If you know what I mean. Like, this deck just feels like a deck that could have existed exactly like this, like a year ago, and would have been a decent Nationals deck. I don't know if it's good enough, because it's just another combo pile. Pure Mikanko as well is probably not good yet. But the engine overall... Like, not pure Mikanko as a deck, but the engine overall, I see it as kind of like an adventure engine type of situation where I could see these cards seeing play somewhere. I just don't know where yet. I just very simply don't know where that will be, that we're going to see the Mikanko cards. But there's just like, what I like about the Mikanko engine. What I like about the Mikanko engine is that I feel like you can play it in so many different ways. Like, you can play very small Mikanko packages, like what people have been doing in Tierlist in this last couple of weeks. Was like, you play only Ohime, the quick play spell, and like one of the equip spells to make it just a level 6 extender that can discard your tier names for effect, and also like make Beatrice with, and like sometimes steal your opponent's monsters or whatever. Very small package, but can be very efficient. But you can also go like bigger with like the Isolde combos and whatnot, which they've been doing in the Mikanko Libromancer. But I think I just can't help but feel like the Mikanko engine has some potential. I don't know exactly where it's gonna go yet, but I think it is something worth checking out depending on what deck you're playing. Naturia, I think is still a good deck. I think Naturia specifically Naturia Runick. Maybe I should have included Runick on this image even. But I could see that deck being good. Maybe even up here. Like, that deck feels like a good deck. Like, Runick Naturia, that feels like a strong deck now, because now with any Runick deck, we're going to talk about Runick. We are going to talk about Runick. But with any Runick deck, you have, like, a very good time now because the Ishizu shufflers are gone, right? Of course, a Rise Heart is annoying for Runick because it banishes your stuff, but you have, like, plenty of outs against a Rise Heart, right? You have, like, you have Flashing Fire, you have Freezing Curses. That alone is 6 outs to immediately stop that. So I do think Runick in general has some potential, and Naturia Runick is one of the better versions from the past. So I do think that deck is definitely going to see experimentation and probably ends up being a playable deck in this upcoming format. I do think so. I actually do think so. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see whether it ends up being a top tier deck or not that much, but I think it's playable. Plants, Rickas, and Avalon, whatever pile, may be good. I honestly don't know enough about the deck to say whether it has actual potential or not, but I do think it's probably towards the top of the maybe good category. Like, I think some people that really enjoyed the deck in the past are going to experiment with it, and they are right to do so, because I think that it's definitely not bad. Maybe with Adventure, possibly, but I think that Ricka is like... I mean, it won the European Championship in a format after Power of the Elements. And Tierlist is now probably weaker than it was back then. And the same goes for Spright. So maybe it's alright. Maybe it's actually alright. Plunder is a deck that I've included despite not knowing enough about it. I'm going to say this deck is maybe good. Because it makes great use of the Adventure Engine. It makes great use of the Adventure Engine. It gets great support in the new ship. I personally don't know enough to tell you whether it's going to be a great deck, just an okay deck, or a bad deck. I'm going to admit it, but my first impression of the deck is that it is worth trying out. My impression of the deck is that if you are a fan of the archetype, it is worth trying. You're probably not going to end up with the best deck in the game, but I think if you dedicate some time to it and you find a good version and you get good at playing it, I think you can definitely top regionals and maybe even like higher level events with a Plunder Patrol list. I could definitely see that happening. Punk Therion goes here. That deck is solid. I think the Punk engine has gotten reasonable support with the new level 8 Synchro that can send like Lily Borea. I think it's alright. Sargass is also really cool in Photon Hypernova. Yes, if you find ways to make Sargass with like 2 level 4s. I think Therion is something that is like... Once Dimension Force was released, that the cards were immediately good. Everyone knew they had potential, but then Power of the Elements came around the corner and was like, yeah, I'm just better than that now. I'm just better than that. But now that some of the archetypes from Power of the Elements have received hits, I think Punk Therion could end up being a solid pile of like this. This is one of the decks that I think has just straight up more potential than these Cyberse deck down here, because that deck is like it's the definition of I can play a bunch of hand traps and I have a bunch of 1 to 2 card combos that are decently strong. But I think in this case the hand trap the combos are stronger than these combos down here, and the deck probably will not care about Bestials as well. So I think anything that's like Punk Therion, Pure Punk situation, maybe even like that type of stuff, I could see being a good hand trap deck in the upcoming format. Purely needs more support. We know it's getting that. We know it's getting more support soon. But until then, I don't think Purely is going to see a lot of play. However, with the new support, it's going to be quite nice, I think. But until then, I'm going to leave it here. Rescue Ace. Save yourself some trouble. Save yourself some trouble. I don't think your time is well spent if you lab some Rescue Ace right now. Look. Mikanko and Purely, yes, go ahead. Try it. Maybe it works. Rescue Ace out of Amazing Defenders is the one that's like, it's the we forget about it, okay? We forget about it. Probably going to be the last time I include it in a tier list unless it shows some unexpected results. For now, I think save yourself the pain with Rescue Ace. I know it's like fire machines and firefighters, really cool for some people, but hey, it's just not that good. Runick has huge potential. The Runick engine is very strong. I would know that the Runick engine is a very strong engine with a lot of potential. And it was held back only by the fact, and literally only by the fact, that the Ishizu Shufflers completely destroyed the deck. The Ishizu Shufflers completely destroyed the deck because you would just never freaking be able to draw with Fountain. The only thing that really was the reason why you would want to play Runick was Fountain draws. And the Ishizu engine just completely messing with that basically killed the entire archetype for an entire format. Now, Runicks are back. Whether it be hybrid versions, we're going to talk about specifically Runick Spright in a second. Runick Spright, Runick Naturia, whatever else you can think of, like probably can pair with Runick. Even the pure Runick stun deck is probably good. I hate to break it to you, but that deck is probably strong as well. I hate it. I hate the Runick stun deck. I much prefer Runick combo versions, but that deck is good. And the Runick engine has, I think, a high chance of being part of the best deck for a YCS. Like, yeah, like, basically that's that. Like, the Runick deck has huge potential to be part of an upcoming best deck. I can't tell you what it is yet. Maybe it's Runick Spright, maybe it's Runick Naturia, maybe it's Runick whatever, but Runick goes together with so many decks. There's almost no deck in the game that doesn't appreciate sometimes drawing 3 cards, having the utility from the Runick spells, having level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5 extenders. There's no way there won't be a deck that uses the Runick cards. There is just no way. Those cards are good. Those cards will see play, and those cards have huge potential. Let's just not talk about it. It's just gonna make me sad. Okay, let's just not talk about Salamangreat right now, please. Can we not? All right, please. Thank you. Okay. Spright versions. I have prepared a bunch of Spright versions here. Because, and I want to put this as a huge disclaimer, Spright is not dead. Who said Spright was dead? Like, what the hell? Only because Elf was freaking broken? Yeah, and Elf was really good, but Spright is not dead. Like, what the hell? How is Spright still not way better than all of these decks from, like, the early 2022? Like, freaking 1 blue or 1 jet is still, like, printing cards out the wazoo, creating so much advantage, creating different forms of interruption in the form of like double cross or smashers. Spright is still really good. Spright is still really good. I don't know exactly what the best version is going to be, which is why I included some. But Spright still has huge potential as on its own, right? I don't know if pure Spright is going to be the best. You're probably going to want to pair it up with something. And what that something is depends. I think Runick Spright actually is... not Runick Spright. I think Gishki Spright is the deck out of all the Spright versions that is hit the most by the Elf hit. Which is kind of a weird thing to say because the deck hasn't even existed yet. But I think that is the deck that cared about Elf the most. Because that deck was abusing Elf to recycle Gishki Abyss to summon multiple times and use its search effect, which wasn't once per turn. So like, that is a huge... That's a huge synergy point just being taken away. That being said, that deck can also replace Elf in some ways. Like you have Coral Anemone, right? It locks you into water, but there is ways to recycle Gishki Abyss. So that deck is like something that you might want to toy around with. I don't know if it's going to be the best Spright version, but be aware that it takes a huge hit from the Elf ban. Runick Spright is the first thing I'm going to try. And I know Twitch chat is already freaking like freaking out about like, please give me a new Runick Spright version. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that after we are done filming the tier list. Runick Spright I think is still very, very strong for multiple reasons. First of all, of course, the Ishizu Shufflers are gone. I've talked about it when I talked about Runick. Runick Spright was the deck that used Elf to just the minimal extent. Like, of course, I make Elf in every single end board in Runick Spright, but what I did with it was like revive Hyperia to draw a card. You know, like it was good. It was very good in the grind game, but it's not like I can't make a different like Link 2 to end on. Like, we can still end on Sprint, which, don't forget that freaking Sprint is still a good interruption. Of course, people have been like overlaying Sprint all the time, but right now Sprint is still a good interruption. Like, it's still a bounce. It's still a bounce. We can still make IP. We can make Pit Knight early. We can make Mannequin Cat. We can make Gin Buster. We can leave Red and Carrot on the board. We have Smashers. Like, we have so many forms of interruption besides Elf in any version of Spright that I think there's no way that Spright is not good. I think there's no way that Spright is not playable as a pure or runic form. We can still make Toad with Bujinki Ahashima. However, I want to say one thing about Bujinki Ahashima. I don't think that's going to be the best version. I don't think investing all that into a Toad is that great anymore. Because without Elf, Toad is not as good. Without Elf, Toad is simply not as good, which makes me believe that unfortunately we're not going to be summoning Toad in the best version of Spright. But yes, you are right. With Bujinki Ahashima, there is a line that can still make Toad relatively easily if you want to. Now, the question on whether you want or not is a different question. Another version that I want to emphasize is Life Twin Spright. Life Twin Spright is great, I think. I think it's great. I think it is one of the decks that, yes, it made Elf, but it also didn't really care about Elf as much because it could just make, like, it has its own end board, basically. It has its own end board. It has its own way to get into a grind game without Elf. Like, the Life Twin cards are great at creating a nice little grind game situation. Elf reviving the Link 2 was really good, but I still think that this deck has potential. I'm gonna put it lower than Runick Spright, but I think Life Twin Spright is absolutely fine. I think it's absolutely fine. Tri-Brigade Spright is also probably okay. It's probably okay. I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, it's probably fine actually. I don't see it being worse than like these. I think the more I think about it, all these versions are fine. I don't know why everyone is doomsaying on Spright. I'm gonna experiment with Spright and I'm sure it's gonna be great. I think it's good. I think it's good. I can't be convinced otherwise at this point in time. Like, I'm gonna try and see. It might end up being worse than some of the other decks here, but I still, at this point in time, I see huge potential. This is not Copium. There's no way it's Copium. Spright Blue still prints like 3 cards. It just stands in front of the printer and prints 3 cards for you. And like actual good cards, like negates and smashers removal and whatnot. Like, it's just good. It's all like good cards. And Tri-Brigade Spright, honestly, is also one of those decks that didn't even care about Elf, I feel like. I mean, sometimes yes, but like you can still make like IP, Revolt, Pit Knight, whatever. Like, it's still really strong, and it still has Zeus for going second. Nah, there's no shot Spright isn't good. There is no way Spright isn't good. I included Springans because I felt like last time I just ignored it because it felt like compared to the other stuff, it's like not as good, but the other stuff is a lot weaker now. And I've looked at some Springans combos. And I feel like they're not that bad. I don't know. I feel like Springans is okay. I don't know if it's gonna end up being like great, but I think it's all right. Sword Soul. Sword Soul is like the one deck from last year's Nationals that hasn't really changed. It hasn't really changed, but is still kind of okay, right? It's a highly adaptable strategy. It's highly adaptable in the sense that it can play a lot of like non-engine, it can play a lot of tech cards. It has an okay end board. It's a nice mid-range deck. I I still don't think it will compare to these decks up here. Like, I'm looking at these decks up here, and I think, yeah, all of those decks are better than Sword Soul with the new support, with the new set. All of those decks are better than Sword Soul. But Sword Soul, it's just not bad. It's just not bad. I don't think it's going to go into the huge potential category. But it's okay, I think. Tierlaments. I've included Tierlaments. Believe it or not, I have included Tierlaments because I want to lose a few words. I want to lose a few words about Tierlaments for this upcoming format. I think Tierlament as a pure form is, while it's not completely dead, I don't think. I would think a deck that is focused on making a pure Tierlament approach work probably goes into, like, here. I would not really recommend. Yes, you can. You can try and make it work. You can still find ways to combo, but it's probably not good. Now, one thing that I do think about Tierlaments is that they are very certainly possibly used as an engine in the upcoming format. The reason why I say this is because for pure Tierlaments, they've done a couple things to this deck that are just like absolutely crucial to why the deck was good. They've hit it at 3 different angles. They've hit this deck at 3 different angles. They've like kicked out the kneecap and also gave him like a slap on the head and then also like kicked in their like ankle. I don't know, like 3 different spots. They hit it really hard because they've stopped your consistent access to the Ishizu engine, right? Which means that you are no longer consistently accessing your mill 5s and your shufflers. So that is a huge consistency hit. So the way that the deck plays has been neutered a lot, like the way it starts playing. And the second thing they did is they've also made your mills a lot worse. Even if you get to mill 5 or even if you get to mill 3 off of a Sharon, because they've hit so many good mills, like you lose 2 Merly, 2 Sharon, 2 Havnis, 2 Mudora, 2 Keldo, 2 Kelbeck, 2 Agido, your mills are just not as good. Even if you get to the mill 5, what are you going to mill? Like, the chances you're actually going to mill broken are not that good. And then the third hit, the nail in the coffin is like, even if you pull off a combo, even if you mill something cool, even if you mill your 1 Havnis or your 1 Sharon or your 1 Merly, you're not making a Kid Kalos anymore. You're making something that's a lot worse. Now, of course, Rule Kalos is still a fine card if you have King of the Swamp. Of course, Garura is powerful, but they're not Kid Kalos level. They are not Kid Kalos. So, I think Tierlament as a pure form, while it probably can play, will simply not be a good choice. Like, yes, you could try to make it worse. Yes, you can try to make it work, but why would you? Whatever comes out at the end of it is probably not worth all the effort. That being said, I do think that, and this is why I included a picture of just 1 Tierlament and not paired with Ishizu or whatever. I think that the Ishizus as an engine in other decks are playable. We're not going to see, my prediction is we're not going to see a good pure Tierlament deck, but we can see something like Branded playing the Tierlament names. Just because if you use them in, like, if you use polymerization and you fuse away a Tierlament, that's just a free body, a free second fusion that you get. If you go for, like, Branded fusion, send Albaz plus Merly or whatever, you get 2 fusions out of it. Right? Whether that's the best version to play Branded, I don't know, but you can, right? You can play like mixtures of decks that play some amount of Tierlaments. I think that's not something that's completely impossible to do, right? There's like, I think Branded is, that's just the first deck that comes to mind. Like, Branded is the first deck that comes to mind when pairing up with the Tierlament cards. So my prediction, just so we can move on from tier, is that pure tier, for the reasons I've previously mentioned, not worth playing. Pure Tierlament, in my opinion, not worth playing. experimenting with Tierlist as an engine in other decks, I can see it. Like, experimenting with Tierlist in branded, totally reasonable. Maybe experimenting with Tierlist even in other decks, I can see it. If you have decks that like discard for card effect, or fuse from your hand or deck, or mill cards, if there's any deck like that you want to play, maybe you can play Tierlist in it. And that's that. Tri-Brigade, Lyrolusk, and Virtual World. I mean, it's alright, I guess. I don't know. They're not awful. I don't think they're awful. I do not think they're awful. I don't think they're great. Kind of like the same vein as these other decks. So as you can see, what I wanted to showcase, basically, I wanted to make three statements about the upcoming format that I felt like are important to make. Just to come to a summary. And as usual, I should have said this in the beginning. I guess editor can move this to the beginning, time traveling style. If I've missed... Wait, no, you can't move this to the beginning, because then this tier list is going to be spoiled. Well, you can do full face cam. If I've missed a deck in this tier list that you want my opinion about, you can always ask me in the comments. I will try to respond to you as much as I can with where I would have put it on the list. So feel free to comment down below if I've missed any of the decks that you wanted to know about. Anyways, time traveling over. The three main points I wanted to make clear is that, first of all, I don't think we are going back to last year's national format. I think that these decks up here in the first and second row, which most of them have not been around last year's national, are all better than all of last year's national decks. You notice I've ranked all of these lower, except for branded, because that's gotten new support. Like, all of those decks from last year's nationals, I don't think are as good as the new stuff we have. I simply don't think that's the case. I think between branded, Kashtira, Labyrinth, and some Spright version, that's going to be like the first 4 things to experiment, the first decks to beat, alongside maybe some of these down here. That's the one thing I really wanted to make clear, is that like we will not go back into last year's national because those decks still don't keep up. That being said, some decks from the past formats are better than others, which is why you notice that some of them I put here were like I give them some potential, and some of them are down here. And then last but not least, I think people are heavily overestimating Kashtira, even though it has a lot of potential. People are heavily underestimating Spright at this point in time. And I think... I don't know what the third point would really supposed to be. I guess it's just like... I think it's going to be a good format. I actually do think it's going to be a good format. I think it is... All of those decks up here, except for Kashtira, I think will be enjoyable. I mean, except for Runick Spright. Please don't play Runick Spright, please. I think it looks like a cool format. I think it's going to be like... I think it's going to end up being like 4 to 5 really strong decks. Maybe like 2 or 3 will come out on top, but I'm looking forward to it. Let me know what you thought of the explanations. Let me know what you think of the upcoming format. Let me think if you enjoyed the ban list. Of course, my first reaction to the ban list is also on YouTube. I'm gonna go back, head on to stream, try some of these decks. If you want to see me try some of these decks, of course, the link to the VOD channel is in the description below, where if you ever miss a stream or you don't get to normally watch the streams at your local time, the VODs are now up on YouTube. There's a separate channel for it, so you might want to check it out in the description down below. Without further ado, hope you enjoyed. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And bye-bye, YouTube. Say goodbye to YouTube chat. Peace. All right. We have a couple of subscribers to thank while I did that. I do turn off the notifications, but Oyar, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Well, that was a gift sub. Appreciate that. Sleeve Chief, thank you for the tier 1s. Check out sleeves. Check out exclamation mark sleeves. Zaytek, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. All right. Why do you think MathMech is so bad? It definitely has some potential. Like I said, I didn't say it's bad. I just said it's not good. but
Joshua
like I
Schmidt,
simply don't see
Joshua Schmidt,
myself ever
Joshua,
picking Mathmech again now that Bistials are a thing. Right? Like, first of all, Bistials are a thing. Wait, first of all, Pepe D situation. Enjoy.
Joshua.
You held that back real hard, huh? While I was recording. You held that back real hard. I see.
Joshua Schmidt.
Mathmech, in my opinion, just is not a good deck. I know a lot of you guys, for some reason, I really don't understand. I really don't understand, but for some reason, people like Mathmech. Some people do. But I personally don't think Mathmech is a good deck. The deck is completely garbage if you don't draw a circular. The deck is completely garbage if you don't draw circular. The deck is completely garbage if you get Bistialed on Sigma, which Bistials will be a thing. I think you guys underestimate how good Bistials are as cards in this upcoming format. You guys are just like, oh, Tier is dead, so I'm gonna stop playing Bistials. That's not what's gonna happen. That's not what's gonna happen. People are still gonna play Bistials, either in the main or the side deck. People are gonna play Bistials in Branded. People are going to play Bistials in Dragon Link. People are probably going to play Bistials in other decks as well. People are definitely going to side Bistials because they are good against Branded. They are decent against Labyrinth. They are okay against Spright. Like, Bistials are good cards. Bistials are freaking good cards. Magnamood is a monster of a card. Moikov, thank you for the 3 months. What about Sky Striker? Sky Striker needs more support, I think. I think Sky Striker still doesn't really compare. You guys know my opinion on Sky Striker. I like Sky Striker, but I just don't think Sky Striker is unfair anymore. Like, Sky Striker was very good in 2019, but honestly, in my opinion, even if they gave us more Engage, more Kagari... Wait, we already have 3 Kagari, right? If they gave us the second Engage... Even then, it wouldn't be good. Like, Sky Striker has just been, like, de-ranked to that weird, like... the deck now needs Floodgates, basically, right? The deck now needs Floodgates. What about Dark World? Dark World, you could try it. My problem with Dark World is, like, it's... I mean, it gets better by the ban list. It does get better. But I don't think it gets good enough. What about what was that? What was the question? Rayborn, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. What was that? What about... There was a question I wanted to answer, but I lost it. Anyways, I'm sorry. So yeah, I do think this is a good... I think this is... I'm happy with this list, honestly. I'm like... The decks I'm itching to try the most is like Branded, Labyrinth. I'm not looking to try Kashtira or Runick Stun, but they're good. I'm itching to try Spright variations. And then I think Naturia... I think Naturia Runick is also a potentially very strong deck. So that's what we're going to do next. Let us move on. Let us move on to some content. As you guys know, unfortunately... This will be the last stream of the week, so we have some work to do. We have some work to do because I am leaving for YCS Lyon tomorrow. I'm leaving for YCS Lyon tomorrow, so you know we're gonna have the last stream today, unfortunately. Why no Scareclaw? I don't know that much about Scareclaw, to be honest. Do not underestimate Tier. I'm not underestimating Tier, but I mean, So, just draw Fenrir and Pearl every hand, and even then, they still got lucky with the mills. There was no interruption. Like, this... They're always going first. Like, yeah, the deck is not dead, but it's not... This is not consistently doing what it does. Like, it doesn't do that very consistently. Like, please don't show me the freaking... Please don't show me the freaking combo where it goes like Draco Sack into Cherubini into send King of the Swamp into make sprint. Like, I'm aware that's a thing. But like this is not what made Tierlist good. What made Tierlist good so specifically is that it had an incredibly consistent first turn because it was so flexible in what it could do. Like, it had some lines that were planned, right? Like Rhino Heart and whatnot. It had some lines that were planned, like Rhino Heart, Sprint, and whatever. It had some lines that were just random because you would go mill 3, mill 5, mill 8. And in those mills, you would always hit something because you had so many good hits. And that is just not a thing anymore. You see how nutty they mill here? Like, what the hell? Like, what are you... Why... They're also going first literally every time so far. They've literally gone first every replay so far. And even then, honestly, like, if you play board breakers, you can literally beat this. You can literally beat this board up. It's not even that hard. Ah, we've hit the one of halfness with our Tillman Kashtira. Great. And even then, if this Sorcerer player plays it correctly, they should probably just be winning. Well, they are winning. Yeah. They just mill a name every time. Come on, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Nah. All right, what do we do first? Runick Spright? All right. That's 17 baseline. Maybe this, maybe this, maybe this. Sprite. All right. We're going to be... Maybe sprint. I was thinking, so basically what we need to figure out... What we need to figure out is what we want to end on. Because, I mean, we're definitely going to play Hyperia still, even though the... I don't think we play Cap Shell anymore. Maybe we do. 2 sprints because of Kashtira? Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. If we use sprint. problem is, what do we do with Sprint in this deck? I don't want to play Nimbles. I was thinking about playing Soul Scissors. It might be the time to play Soul Scissors. Like, the plan could be to go Sprint, send Soul Scissors because of no shufflers. And then we leave Sprint on the board because it's an interruption, right? So we go like Sprint, send Scissors, which is nice. Hard to get rid of the stuff then. Yeah, I like that. And then the question is, do we go Lava Golem still? Because I feel like one card I don't want to play anymore. One card I really don't want to play anymore is Wind Up Kitten. Silvervine Senri? You contribute this card, target a level 2 in your grave, except Senri, special summon it, then you can special summon a level 2 from your hand with a different attribute. What's the point of this? What are the options for... I want to try and figure out first what we end on. What could we end on? Let me collect the options in my head first. Hashima doesn't really feel worth it. Ray, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Welcome back to month number 2. Thank you for the support. There. Ba, ba, ba. IP is definitely an option. IP is definitely an option, a strong one. Pit Knight is good. That's funny. We could end on some Summon Summoner for some grind game. Discard a card that we don't want. Revive a Sprite for follow-up. That's funny. The thing is, I think we need to end on an XYZ. I think we need to end on an XYZ that isn't, hear me out, that is not just Djinn Buster. Because I think we need our XYZ to have a material for a Sprint. The question is, what is the best to do that? We could play Mannequin Cat, which is another, like, if they summon something that we can make, that we can, like, summon Hyperia or a Sprite or whatever. Like, Mannequin Cat is fine. Ending on Mannequin Cat plus, ending on Mannequin plus Sprint seems solid. Melfi of the Forest is not bad with the trap card. I'm gonna play Soul Sweeper. Like we don't even have to play any main deck Melfis just to make Playhouse work, right? We can just go Melfi add Playhouse. Melfi add Playhouse is nice. Mannequin Cat with Ibli. We could play Ibli. I don't like Ibli as a card, though. Like, it's just such a bad draw. It's possible. Okay, so doing this. So we're definitely gonna play. We're gonna play at least one of each of these. Yo, thank you for the 5 months, Tico. I do think it's not... I do think... I'm not going to miss tier as much because, I mean, if you really want to, you can go back play old format. That's the beauty of playing old format Yu-Gi-Oh! Baldrake as a target for cat. Baldrake as a target for cat, you say? I don't hate that idea. Like playing some Bestials as your tech cards. Is Runick Spright fragile to Lava Golem? It's not bad against it. But it's also good in it. I think this is a solid baseline, and we have like room for like more Runicks. We definitely need the Runick extra deck monsters. Some like this, probably. I don't know if we play a freaky. I don't know if we play a freaky, but maybe we do. Cyberse Gadget is kind of cool, I guess. What about some Summer Summoner? We're probably not going to make it. That's probably not going to make it. That's probably not going to make it. We need IP targets. Probably Avramax and Unicorn. Jack Pilora, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. 2 Gary because cash? It's not that important to have Gary. Maybe you play 2 and 2, but I don't think it's that important for now. The question is, what do we pair this with? What do we pair this with? Do we pair it with Talons? Do we pair it with more? Do we just play more Runicks? We could just play 2 more Runicks. Like this. Oops. We could just play 2 more Runicks like this and have another 3 of tech card. Like that. Evenly? Nah, it's not evenly. I think you need a link that can reborn, because if you just play 1 carrot, 1 red, and then they are in the graveyard, you cannot get them back. I don't think it's that important to get them back, though. I don't think it's that important to get them back. Talons is fine. Talons is fine here. Change of Heart could also be okay. Hand traps, I haven't made my mind up yet if I like hand traps. I kind of want to use power spells rather than hand traps. Thrusting does not have a single target in this deck. Thrusting does not have a single target. Dark Ruler and Book of Eclipse are both not very good in Runick because you do not have ways to out the monsters. Right? You cannot out the monsters in this deck, which is a problem. So you need power spells that actually out stuff, right? You need cards that actually out stuff, because otherwise you're just going to be stuck with those cards on the field. So Talons is fine. Talons is fine. Yo, thank you for the 420. Appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the content. I haven't seen the deck by Nishi yet, no. I'm trying to think, like, Talents. My problem with Talents against Kashtira in this spot is that we basically, in order to use talents, they need to use a card in our main phase. So that means I have to enter my main phase with 3 of my zones already being locked, and then I'm gonna have to activate like a runic spell to summon, and then on that summon they're gonna trigger all their shit, right? Before I get to use talents. They're gonna trigger like all their stuff, right? And then I'm gonna have 5 locked zones, probably, right? I'm gonna have 5 zones locked, so it's too late to use talents. Ignotus, think of it as 6 months. Lunar Eclipse has the same problem. Lunar Eclipse has the same problem that I don't have a battle phase. So if I Lunar Eclipse them, I'm not gonna be able to clear the monsters, which is a problem. Raigeki seems good right now. I mean, they can play around Raigeki though if they have Prosperity, right? If they have Prosperity, they just banish the Infinitrack thingy and then just attach it, and that's really annoying. I could see Change of Heart. The problem with Change of Heart, the reason why I don't think we're actually going to play Change of Heart is that Change of Heart is only really good if you play 2 Zeuses. Change of Heart is only really good if you play 2 Zeuses, and we cannot fit 2 Zeuses in this deck. So that's not great. I mean, you could still use it and just make a Link 2 with it, right? You just make Sprint with whatever they give you, with whatever you take, basically, but it could be Sphere Mode. It could be Sphere Mode. But we already have 3 Lava Golems. I don't know if I want to play 3 Lava and 3 Sphere. That seems a little much. Fenrir them back? Fenrir them back. How good is Fenrir against Kashtira to break the board? Just summon Fenrir, go battle phase, attack. It's not actually bad, is it? It's not actually bad, is it? But if they have 3 materials... Well, it's not good if they have 3 materials on a Rise Hard. Maybe we don't actually need to worry about... Maybe we don't need to worry about it that much because we have... I mean, we have Lava Golem, Freezing Curses, and Flashing Fire. For, to out the Arise Hard. And then all we need to deal with is the Zone Lock from Shangri Era. If we don't draw Lava Golem. Enemy? I mean, enemy is just worse than Change of Heart in that sense, though. I guess you could play like something like Nibiru if that's good next format. I don't know. We can't predict yet. What if there's a bunch of decks that play into Nibiru, it could be that. Kurikara Talents. I mean, Talents doesn't work. How does Talents do anything? Like, specifically tell me how I use Talents to out the Kashtira board in this list. Like, what do I do? Yeah, you're locked out of your zones before you can use it. So it doesn't work. Unless you draw into Lava Golem. Like, you could use it as just a draw 2 to draw into Lava Golems. Which wouldn't be the end of the world. Prosperity in Runick. Droplet doesn't work at all against Kashtira. I mean, honestly, it's going to depend. Like, the tech card slot is going to depend on the format. The tech card slot is going to depend a lot on the format. But, like, just to showcase, I'm pretty sure this deck is still fine. Yeah, absolutely. Like, this hand is Giga. This is a Giga Chat hand. Like, probably Sprint here. You kind of want a Gigantic before Sprint, to be fair. Actually, yeah. Gigantic. Then you use Gigantic Effect. Do we change Slumber to this? We don't need to. This draws. Well, that's fine. Then you go Slumber to summon. Hugin. Actually, no, you don't. You don't yet. You remove the. You want to remove like the bad draws first. You want to go special summon. Grab red. As well as starter, get the carrot out. And then you slumber for Hugin. Oops, that was top. Mill. Bottom this. Draw 2. Sprint. Cap Shell and Sprint. I don't know. Send Soul Scissors. Draw. Special. Overlay. Or Pit Knight, I guess. This can be anything now. Like, whatever. Whatever you want, but enjoy. It's like, it's still busted. Like, we could move this here. And just make it IP. It's still really good. We have Soul Scissors and Grave, so it's a lot harder to out the shit. We didn't even draw 3 with Fountain. Like, it wasn't even like a particularly good hand. It's just like what the deck does. It's still really good. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, deck is nice. Deck is still good. I don't know what you want. Like, you don't need Elf. Deck just pops off anyways. It really does. Easy. This deck is good. Jordan Tech. I love Capshell, yeah. This deck can be taken different directions. You can definitely experiment with it. Like, maybe you want to make Melfi of the Forest to add Melfi Playhouse. And the thing is, I'm telling you one thing. Drawing Playhouse is not even that bad, because the card says detach any number of materials from beast XYZs you control, then target up to that many cards your opponent controls. So I'm going to tell you a secret. If you draw this card, you simply don't make Melfi of the Forest, you just make Mannequin Cat, and then you have Mannequin Cat Playhouse, which means Playhouse is 2 bounces, and you get Mannequin Cat summon. So, like, this is actually, low-key, might be a nice, like, inclusion. Because it also is just spot removal, which is very good for Runick. So, I think maybe playing Melfi of the Forest plus Melfi Playhouse could be something. Yannick, thank you for the 2 months. What about Phantom Knight? It's probably okay. I don't think it's like the best. That's all right. Why no Nimbles? Okay. The reason why I don't play any Nimbles in this deck is very simply that I don't believe Nimbles do what Runick Spright needs. Because what Nimbles do is essentially just vomit out a couple of level 2s at the cost of, like, you're investing cards from your hand to vomit level 2s onto the field. And yes, they are like very good synergy with, like, with sprint and whatnot. The problem is that Runick Spright doesn't really have an issue with getting level 2s onto the field, because every Runick spell gives you a level 2 extender. You can just make level 2s appear on the field whenever you need them. So I value cards like Hyperia more because they put a level 2 onto the field, but they also, like, replace themselves in hand. They keep up hand advantage, basically. And while the Nimbles create field advantage, they are not very good at keeping hand advantage. They don't do that. So you can try it. You can play, like, you can absolutely play you can try playing 3 Beaver, 3 Anglers in this. Like, it could absolutely work, because you can just, like, discard Angler for Hugin. It's great. It is good. It is. They have a lot of synergy. I just feel like the card advantage they create is kind of fake card advantage, because it doesn't really matter for Runick. Runick would much rather have cards in hand than on the field. But you can try it. I don't hate it. Just a demo. Thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. So yeah, if you want to, go ahead and try it, but I don't really love it. Soul Scissors. I'm not saying that Soul Scissors is going to end up being in every single Runick deck, or in every single Sprite deck. I think this card has potential. It's from, I think it's Darkwing Blast, right? I looked at it back then and I was like, yeah, this card is fine, but it can't be played because of Bystials and Ishizu Shufflers. So maybe now it's fine, depending on the amount of Shufflers and Bystials that people play. What this card does is, if a monster on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the grave while this card's in the graveyard, you can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is special summoned from the grave, target a monster your opponent controls, destroy it. You can only use each effect of Soul Scissor once per turn. So what this card does is, it gives this deck a good send-off of Sprint, because I wanted to have it in my graveyard, right? It's a good send-off of Sprint, but it's also a solid discard off of Hugin if you draw it and you don't want to normal summon it. So it makes your board harder to out, because if they run over your monster, you can just bring it back and pop one of the other monsters, right? And so that's all what Runick Spright is about, basically. Runick Spright does not set up a board that's, like, completely unbreakable, but it makes it like hard for your opponent to out. It is a little bit worse without Elf, right? Because you can't just bring it back whenever you want to in your opponent's grave, in your opponent's turn. But I still think the fact that you, like, the thing is, basically, it might not end up being this card in the deck, but I do think you need to play something that is worth sending off of Sprint. And it might be Angler, it might be Soul Scissors, it might be something completely different, but I do think you need something to send off of Sprint, because I think Sprint is something you should really aim to keep on the board. You should really try to make Sprint in the upcoming format, because it is an interruption, right? It's not coming up very often right now, But Sprint is a good interruption because it says, you know, when a monster is special summoned while it's on the field, you can detach a material from an XYZ and then bounce a monster on the field. That is a good interruption. That is a good interruption. So what I believe Spright should do is try to incorporate Sprint into its combos and leave it on the field. Now that we lost Elf, I think the ideal monster to end on is Sprint with an XYZ next to it. Rickhausen, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. So I think Sprint, having a target for Sprint that doesn't take up a lot of deck slots, right? Like the Nimbles. Nimbles are like 5 to 6 slots in your deck, which is why I didn't want to commit to it yet. One card with a slight advantage in the graveyard, because like I said, I want to make Sprint anyways, right? So even if Soul Scissors doesn't matter every time, every game, it can be nice. Also, if you end on red or carrot, if you negate a monster, if you negate a well, carrot not. If you negate a monster with red and destroy it, you can bring back Soul Scissors to pop another monster. So I do think Soul Scissors is like all right. I think Soul Scissors is all right. In this deck, maybe it's very strong in grind games, I think, and this deck is like the definition of a deck that tries to go into the grind game. I mean, Sunfish in this deck is awful because of freaking no battle phase. You can't rely on Sunfish at all. That's not a very good idea in this deck. But Psychic Rover outs the whole board. You are correct. Psychic Rover does out the whole board. I mean, there might be another level 2 that you can send, but this is the best one that came to my mind yet, is Soul Scissors. Thank you for the 5 months, Kronkockler. Yeah, I mean, Pendulum is... On the one hand, let me give you a few words of wisdom here. On the one hand, yes, Kashtira locking your Pendulum zones makes it completely unplayable in that scenario, but it's kind of in the same boat as every other deck, if you really think about it, because I think all of the decks are like, if Kashtira goes full combo on me and I don't have like a power spell to break the board, I lose. Right? So in that sense, Pendulum is kind of the same as every other deck. Right? Pendulum is in the same boat of like, hey, if I can't out the Kashtira board with any power spell, then I'm losing. So I guess it could be fine to actually play Pendulum. I'm thinking about playing one Ahashima and one Summer Summoner in pure Spright. Thoughts? Honestly, I don't get the hype around Bujin Ahashima. I don't get it. I know it's not a bad card, but I don't really understand. I don't really understand why this card is so hyped. It's not bad. It's 10 euros or 20 USD now? That's crazy. I mean... But what are people hyping up about it? Because it's still double-toed, but only with double cross. It's only double cross with... It's only double-toed if you have double cross. Right? I mean, I can explain to you the combo real quick if anyone wants to see how it works. Hold up. I can show you. Swap Frog. You probably need like... I need 2 Swap Frogs. I need 2 Swap Frogs. I need a couple Nimbles. And I need Ahashima and Toad and Double Cross. Double Cross. Now you would never do this in Runick Spright. I'm just using this deck to show you. You would never do this in Runick Spright, but I'm showing you with this, just with this. I'm pretty sure this hand would do it. I'm pretty sure the 2-card combo does it. It should. So you go Beaver, Summon Angler. The sequencing, I mean, there's probably a correct way to sequence this, but just for the sake of it. You're gonna go Angler, summon 2 Beavers. We already did the tier list. It's going to be up on YouTube very soon, though. Probably tomorrow. So that's already one thing I don't like here, is that we are overlaying our sprint. I think we need to do that. And then you go swap frog, send another swap frog, and then you go, in this case, I think it's not ideal that we open jet, but it works with jet. But you need to get double cross. And then we just bounce swap frog. We bounce swap frog, and then we make Ahashima. And then Ahashima's effect summons the swap frog from hand and the swap frog from graveyard. Makes Toad. And then with double cross and Toad, you have 2 negates. You have 2 negates. The problem is, I don't think this is much better. I really don't think this is much better than the other combos you can do. I don't think this is much better than the combos that the... Like, Beaver plus a Sprite can also do crazy other stuff. Like, Beaver... Hold up. So, if I have Beaver plus Jet, I can do so much other stuff. I'm going to leave these cards here, whatever. So, you go Beaver, summon Angler, right? And then we're going to make Sprint, and we're going to try to keep that Sprint around. We're going to try to keep that sprint around because it might be an interruption. So we're going to send the other angler, summon out 2 beavers. And then we can just overlay into Gigantic here. Summon whatever we want. We are not bound to frickin' Swap Frog, which doesn't create cards. Like, we can just go, like, for example, in this hand, in this scenario, we could go summon blue, add red, right? And then we could special our jet to add the double cross or smashers or whatever, right? If the Gigantic is somewhere else, we could even make... And then we have like options. We can make the Melfi to bounce. We can make Mannequin Cat. We can make Gin Buster. We can make IP. Right? And so in this scenario, we have, instead of just 2 negates, we have bounce, negate, banish, plus whatever we decide to do here. So instead of 2 negates, we have 4 other interruptions. And I don't think that's worse. I don't think that, and also keep in mind, we don't have to play Swap Frog. We don't have to play Swap Frog, which is a terrible draw. So I think this is overall a better concept. I mean, I can show you how I would try to make pure Sprite, like pure Sprite. Now you just play like Nimbles. Now Angler is gonna feel bad here in this deck because you don't have Swap Frog, but drawing Angler will be, I guess it's a pain, but it is what it is. Without Elf, honestly, I could see people playing like a second red. I could see it. I'm just throwing it in here just so I don't forget about that thought. Because then you have a follow-up one, and it's also not that bad to draw. It makes your end board better if you draw red, because then you also have to you can just get carrot. And from here on out, you're freaking good to go. You have 22 slots. And there's no way you can't make this good. We just saw the combo. There's no way if you pair this type of combo with like 22 cards, 22 non-engine, there's no way that doesn't make a good deck. There's no way that does not make a good deck. Yeah, you can play Second Smasher if you want to. Well, we can play Bestials if we want to. We can play 15 hand traps if we want to. We can play 15 board breakers. Like, we can play Dark Ruler, Eclipse, Talents, Tasking. We can play everything we want. There's no way this isn't good. There's no way that isn't good. We can even play more Nimbles if we really want to. Like, we can play more Nimbles, like Sunfish Angle with Mosquito. It's absolutely... This is playable. This is not just playable. This is strong. There's no shot this isn't good. And then for the end board, you have so many options. You can play Masquerena, you can play the Melfi stuff. Masquerena, Melfi, early. Gin Buster. Mannequin Cat. For whatever targets you want. It's just very strong. I need a Pepe D in my life. Bro, we're so close. We're 6 away from hitting the 800 goal. You're gonna get it very soon. Trust. It's just... I don't know what exactly I would do. I mean, for now, I would probably play, like... Talents with 2 Zeuses. Still just 1 downer, probably. And then you can play, like, board breakers, like Change of Heart. Mind Control seems fine. Just make Sprint with whatever you take. If Eclipse is good, we can play Eclipse. Enemy seems nice in Sprite. Fenrir seems solid. Eclipse main depends a lot on what people play. It depends a lot on what people play. We could also play Thrusting. Is it already called Thrusting here? No, it's still Tasking. We could play Tasking. We can play Prosperity. Prosperity seems okay, but I don't know if Prosperity is the way to go. If, like, you can't really afford to Prosperity into Kashtira, so that might be a problem. You can play Pixies, yeah. If you want to, you can play Pixies, and then you have a beautiful 10 Sprite deck. Perfect for sorting. It's amazing. If you wanted to, you could play Super Poly. I don't know what the best one is. Like, the best power spells yet. But, like, I just wanted to showcase the point that this is definitely a good deck. This deck just dies to Labyrinth. You can side for it. Also, if Labyrinth is a thing, of course, you're not going to play it like this. I'm just trying to prove a point. I'm not trying to say, play it exactly like this. I'm just telling you how you could. I'm not saying this is the absolute best version. If everyone plays Labyrinth, I'm not going to play this. But if everyone plays Labyrinth, you can be sure I can make this deck completely freaking destroy Labyrinth. You realize that I'm just showing you a deck with like a very strong 2-card combo and like this much room for non-engine. You realize if you are playing Labyrinth, if everyone's playing Labyrinth, I can completely destroy everybody. There's no way. Like I can just put like, if you want me, okay, I'll make it beat Labyrinth for you. Easy. I still have 8 more slots. Now we beat Labyrinth. Damn it, deck dice to Kashtira. Unfortunate. Deck dice to Kashtira. Unfortunate. I don't know how tech cards work. Is the adventure package bad here? I don't like the anti-synergy between Beaver and the adventure engine, but you could try it. Okay, but what if your opponent is playing every deck in the game? How do you tech for that? You just win the dice roll. What do you mean? If you win the dice roll, you probably beat every deck in the game. Sometimes. So, like, I don't understand that question. Anyways, it is impossible, I think, to already build a pure Sprite deck for the upcoming format, simply because we don't know what people are going to play. If people are going to play branded, then this card has to go in. Like, okay, I can show you what if there was a tournament tomorrow for the new ban list, and I would want to enter with Sprite, I can show you what I would probably end up playing. I would do something like this. I would play Ashe just because of... I would play Ashe just because of Branded Fusion. That'd be something I'd be worried about. I think Imperm is a solid pick. Maybe you could play Tasking. Maybe you could just main deck Tasking with like... I don't hate the idea of playing like Tasking with one evenly and less... Like you could do something like... Tasking with one talents and one evenly in case you go second. I wouldn't hate that, but it's highly dependent. Like Spright is a deck that can adapt very well to the metagame. And it heavily depends, like how you build Spright completely depends on what the metagame is. So it's literally impossible to already tell you that this is the best way to play Spright. All I'm going to say is that I think that the core of Spright 100% still works and still makes really, really good endboards. Like it still makes really strong endboards and still works absolutely fine. So Pure Spright, I think, is in a great spot for the upcoming format. Labyrinth, I think, is also pretty good. I think Labyrinth is pretty good. You might not like it, but I personally don't even think it might end up being better to not even play Floodgates in Labyrinth. That might be copium. That might be my good faith. I don't know how many of these you play. Oops. I think this is about all you play from the Labyrinth cards, and maybe you play... I don't know how many of the discarders you play. You definitely... I think you play one of each for sure. Maybe you just play 10. And then we can play like Weighbridge. No, it's not called Weighbridge, right? It's still weight measuring. To break boards. We play Compulse. We don't play Punishment. Once again, we don't play Punishment. Please. Please. We don't play Punishment. Okay, I'm gonna explain to you one more time. One more time. We will not play a freaking extra deck for a Labyrinth deck. We will not do it. We will simply not do it. You never need it. You never need it. You just play. Your extra deck should probably look something like whatever the most played deck is going to be. That extra deck is what you're gonna play. Your extra deck is gonna freaking have only fusions, whatever. It doesn't matter. Friggin' this could be your extra deck. Wait, I haven't put the... Where is it? This. Something like this is going to be your extra deck. Do you know why? I'll tell you why. If you go second against Kashtira, they will not know that you're playing a trap deck, therefore they will not lock all of your back row. Simple. You don't need no freaking DDD King Tell that you summon every bazillion games one time and then you probably still lose. You don't need it. You don't need it. You play some extra deck that you don't care about. You play some extra deck that you just don't care about just to throw the Kashtira opponents off. If you don't care about Kashtira, you can play Punishment. Punishment is a good card. And then the rest, also, once again, there's a lot of tech cards for Labyrinth. Like you could play Pot of Prosperity or Extravagance, depending on what you do. You can main deck evenly matched to make sure you can win going second. There's a lot of things you can do. You can play D-Barrier. If people play Branded and Kashtira, then D-Barrier is probably pretty good. You can play like Wing Wind Blast because you can loop the thingies. You can play Get Out. You can play Torrential, but of course, yes, you can also play Rivalry. You can play Skill Drain. I don't know which of those are going to be good though. Like I personally, honestly, I think Rivalry is kind of a weird one. Rivalry is kind of a weird one because it seems not that good against Kashtira. Yeah, you could play Daruma Cannon. You absolutely could. Gozen is good against Kashtira, but Gozen sucks against Branded. I feel like most of the floodgates we have the problem of actually not being good against, like, it depends how diverse the metagame will be, right? Like if there's a lot of just Branded, then yeah, we can play Rivalry. If there's a lot of just Kashtira, yeah, we can play Gozen. But if it's like kind of a mix of all, I don't think I would main deck those. Maybe Skill Drain is probably the best one. I hate to say it, but Skill Drain might make the cut. Extrav might be good, too good to not play. You could even play like a tasking approach. You could play like an approach with tasking where going first you can get the most broken traps out, and going second you can like play one evenly. One talents or something. One evenly, one talents, and play a different standard extra deck that has 2 Zeuses, like a Spright extra deck or whatever is going to be popular. Extravagance feels bad with Kashtira banishing your whole deck after resolve. Maybe you don't play pots. But I feel like pots are a little bit too strong to completely skip. I don't think you get hand trap going first, then you don't play it. That is something that I cannot predict as of now. I'm just telling you those are options. But it's definitely, like, this deck is good, I think. I think this deck is good. You could also even play, like, like, the cool thing about this that is you can play a lot of one-off trap cards that are really impactful. I don't like evenly main in a trap deck. Why not? This deck being a trap deck doesn't have anything to do with evenly in the main deck. Lord of Heavenly this format? If people play stuff that destroys your back row, then you can. It's a good card. This deck can also play Lava Golem, yeah. This deck can also easily play Lava Golem. Heavenly is good against Branded. It is good against Branded. Because of, like, Guardian Chimera is a huge problem for this deck. Pretty sure Kashtira Extra is better because if they see a Rise Hard, they won't use Shangri Era and Standby Phase to summon. Maybe. I'm not theorizing about what's the best extra deck to throw your opponent off right now. Like, you couldn't just definitely play a Kashtira extra deck with 2 Zeuses and a Rise Hard to throw your opponent off. Like, absolutely. Yeah, that might be a thing. That sounds better. Let me do that. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate that. Zeus, and then Diablosis. That sounds more expensive. Well, I mean, the extra deck is not even the worst part about... The extra deck is not the worst part about Kashtira, right? Bop. Bop. Yeah, you can you get it, right? You just play like a Kashtira extra deck. Infinitrack. This thing. Lingoribo or something. Like, maybe you just play 2 Lingoribos or something. Or Donner, yeah. Like Donner here. I think this is probably as close as you can get to an optimal side extra deck. If you play like if you play ways to steal their stuff against Kashtira, you can just lose them. You can even make the rank 7. Wait. No, you can't. Labyrinth is so expensive without extra deck. I mean, yeah, it is. It has become quite the expensive deck with the tactical masses cards. But that is because I do think it is actually a potentially very strong deck. And honestly, if your Kashtira opponent does not know you're playing this deck, they're gonna have a really bad time. Because if they don't lock your back row, Kashtira literally loses to set 5 pass. It literally loses to set 5 pass because it's so easy to take apart the Kashtira board with like board breakers like Compulse, Daruma Cannon, Get Out, weight measuring. It's so easy to beat Kashtira because it just doesn't have many interruptions with face down back row. What's a good mannequin cat target against Labyrinth? I'm not aware of any. Yeah, Arise Heart only banishes face-ups, yeah. So I don't know if there is much, but yeah. Well, that's Labyrinth. I mean, one thing we need to talk about is freaking Branded. We need to talk about Branded. We need to talk about Branded because I have, in my head, there's like probably like 100 cards I want to throw into a Branded deck. It's so hard, I think, to build Branded in the beginning of this format. Also, the Branded extra deck seems like a challenge. The question is, do we still make it about Branded? Like, is it Branded Bestial still? Probably, right? Surely. We might need Banishment again. It's crazy how I think Branded in Red and Branded Banishment just become so much better now without the Ishizu Shufflers and less Bestials. Branded in White is necessary for some of the combos, maybe Theater. Branded Lost seems way too good not to play. Where's Branded Lost? There we go. We play Bestials for sure. For sure. I've always been a fan of 3 Lubellions. I know it's expensive, but I like that. The question is, we probably play this, right? If there's not as much tier, I think 1 Druid Worm, 1 Baldrake is the thing. Like, you play 3 Magna, 3 Saronian, because those are broken on their own in any matchup. And then the other ones, you only play 1 each, I think. I think that's, like, the legit, probably best ratio. Play 1 Lubellion. I think Lubellion is just... why would you ever not play 3 Lubellions? I don't understand. Because I feel like I want to draw that card in every Branded hand. I want to draw that card in every hand. How do I not want to draw this card? I know we can send it with Branded Fusion, but I want to draw this. Surely I want to draw this. There's no way I don't want to draw that. I feel like that's cap. I feel like you want to draw that. So we're going to play 3 Aluber. We're probably going to play the Adlib. We probably play a Tragedy. Queritus Proskinian might be in there because of the new thing. And then we play Albaz. I feel like we could play 3 Albaz, but the deck is going to be so tight. Hold up. Albaz. We need Retribution. We play Brigand. We play Cartesia. Maybe that. Probably that. The reason I was thinking about 3 Albaz is that Kashtira banishes random cards off the top of your deck, right? And so if we lose our Albazes, we might be in trouble. I don't know if that's worth it, though. I don't know if we are afraid enough of it, basically. So 1 Merc is probably the... You probably play 2 Mercs for the combos. And then we need the Cartesia stuff, which we need to play 2 of that, unfortunately. And then also, wait, Rindbrum is what it's called, right? Lind. Oh, yeah. So now, any branded players in chat, tell me which fusions I need to play 2 of because of Kashtira. Is it those that I've already picked, or is there another fusion that I definitely need 2? Or is there even one here where I don't need 2? I feel like those are the ones where you could reasonably argue that you need 2. Only 1 Lubellion fusion? So, okay, if I play only 1 Lubellion fusion, won't they always just take it? Don't they always just take the Lubellion? Isn't that super annoying? So the ones that I would like to have, the ones that I would like to also have are these 5. I mean, of course, you're going to play 1 Guardian Chimera, but I would like to play 2. Masquerade, I feel like, has to be somewhere. Maybe you take out this. And then, like, Albion feels like a card you might even want 3. Depending on how grindy the format is. I feel like you need Brigand. I think this is questionable. I think Proskinian might be questionable. Maybe you just play no Masquerades. Because of Kashtira. Maybe you don't play Masquerades, but it seems wrong. Play 1 Mud Dragon and you are fine. They will always pick Mud because they fear Super Poly. I don't think that logic always works. 1 mask. I mean, 1 mask might be mandatory, and then, I don't know. Like this, maybe. 1 Chimera is fine. It depends on whether you play the Patchwork. Right? It depends on whether we play Patchwork, Engine, or not. I feel. So this goes in. Honestly, I think if you want to fit... I think if you want to play 40, there's probably no way to play Patchwork, unfortunately. There's probably no way to play Patchwork if you play 40 cards. If you want to play 40 cards. You need 2 Cartesias. Do you really? I've seen a lot of versions with only 1. I've seen a ton of versions with 1 Cartesia. I'm not sure if you actually need 2. You should play more than 40? I've said this before. I think that's probably the move. But even then, I don't know if I'm going over 40 for the Patchwork engine. Or for other stuff. Not sure. Allure, thrusting, talents. I think the correct number, and hear me out, I think the correct deck number, the correct deck count for Branded in the TCG is going to end up being somewhere around 45 cards. The reason why I say this is because I think 45 cards, the deck is still reasonably consistent with with all the access to Branded Fusion you have, like 3 Branded Fusion, 3 Opening, 3 Aluber, ways to search it in other combinations. I think it's fine to go over 40. The reason why I like going over 40 even in this deck, the reason why I think it could be optimal is because if you go over 40 by adding good cards to your deck, which is not hard in Branded, like it's really, really hard to find, like it's really easy to find good cards to go over 40 with, like Patchwork Engine, more of this, more of that, you know, more Alubers, more Albazes, like more Branded in red, I don't know, Branded in white, like it's really easy to find good cards to add. Allure is a great card in this deck as well. But going over 40, you also reduce the chances of seeing cards like Retribution, Regained, Beast, Lost, or Red, or like Albaz in your opening hand when you don't really want them. Which in my opinion is nice. I just don't like that you have no space for interruptions besides Bestials. Well, I mean, first of all, Bestials are solid interruptions against most decks. And also, I don't know if you really need interruption. Like, Branded is one of those decks that I feel like has the capabilities to play through boards. without having, like, it depends, of course, what the meta decks do, but there's a combo. Isn't there like a combo that's just like really good against Kashtira? Hold up. I think I have all the cards for it. I think we can. Solo mode. So if they have, say they have the normal Kashtira board of Shangri-Ira, a Rise Heart, and like a Fenrir. Can't we just go like Branded Fusion? I'm pretty sure there's a combo with Branded Fusion where you go Branded Fusion, banish Albaz. Where's the second Albaz? Am I blind? There. And they get banished, right? They get banished because of a Rise Heart. You make this thing, right? And then they go, they trigger a Rise Heart. We don't trigger Merc. Right? We don't trigger Merc because we want to trigger this, which is when an effect is activated, negate the effect, then return a monster on the field to the hand. So you activate this effect immediately. And then you can get rid of the Shangri-Ira or the Arise Heart, whatever is more annoying. But of course, we trigger Merc? How? You can't do Merc. No, you can't do Merc. No, you cannot do Merc. Okay, this is like a fundamental thing. You cannot use Merc Search and the quick effect. Merc is a trigger effect. Merc is a trigger effect. And Lindworm is a quick effect. The way it works is you always do trigger effects first, and then quick effects can go onto the chain. If you trigger Merc here, well, a Rise Heart is mandatory. A Rise Heart is always Chainlink 1. If a Rise Heart was not Chainlink 1, then you could just go Merc, they go Arise, and you go Lindworm. That would work. But if, in this case, a Rise Heart is mandatory. So Chainlink 1, trigger a Rise Heart. And then it is your turn to decide, do I want to use my non-mandatory trigger effects here, which is Mercurier. You can use Mercurier. However, if you do, the chain is Chainlink 1 Arise Heart, Chainlink 2 Mercurier. And the way quick effects work is that they have to be chained directly to the effect that basically fulfills their condition. So you have to chain Lindworm directly to the Fusion Synchro XYZ or Link Monster effect, which if you chain Merc is no longer possible. So you cannot go Arise Heart, chain Merc, chain Lindworm. You can't do that. The other way around also doesn't work. You cannot go first, I'm going to use Lindworm and then I'm going to use Merc, because at the time where you're using a quick effect, you cannot go back to using triggers. You cannot go back to using triggers. It's not possible. So you simply don't activate Merc. You only activate Lindworm. And they're going to chain what? They're going to chain Arise Heart to banish your Lindworm, and you're probably going to bounce the Shangri-Ira. The problem is, you lose the Lindworm. You lose the Lindworm, and then they still have the Arise Heart, and your most powerful play, which is Branded Fusion, is already out, right? Lubellion is even better? Oh, we make Lubellion so we do get the Merc Search, is what you're saying? Okay, hold up. Okay, so we can basically, yeah, okay, we can go Lubellion F. We can go Lubellion F and basically trade any card in our hand for the Merc Search, and then, oh, we can grab Albaz if we don't have it. Chainlink 1, yeah. Chainlink 1 Merc, Chainlink 2 Lubellion. Even if you lose, how would you lose? Oh, they attach it. Wait, no, they're going to be Chainlink 1. How are they going to... How do you lose your Albaz? Oh, Diablosis, yeah. You mean if it's random, yeah. Yeah, okay. You mean if it's already gone on their first turn? Yeah, okay. But okay, we're gonna use. Let's say we pitch the opening here, whatever. For the Lubellion, and Merc is Chainlink 1. So Lubellion as Chainlink 2 is gonna summon. But how do we? Yeah, we just make with those two. We just make the thingy. This, and then as Chainlink 1, if we didn't have it already, we would just search Albaz, right? You can cook Stapelia. But wouldn't they be able to, if they in standby phase summon a Fenrir, wouldn't they be able to stop your Stapelia? Like, force it? If they stop Stapelia, they make Lindworm off Lubellion. Wait, where's my Stapelia coming from? If I still have Lindworm effect. A Lubellion effect. Don't they also have a Fenrir to use here in Resolution to banish Lindworm? Yeah, they would. So I'm not quite sure how this would work. Like, if you summon this Lindworm, they can just trigger Fenrir. And then they trigger Fenrir, and then you can't use this yet. So I'm not sure this works out as well as you think it does, if they summon a Fenrir. Because Lindworm cannot negate Fenrir. Lindworm of Lubellion is... How? They just trigger Fenrir and banish it. You can't respond to that. Because it's only when a Fusion Synchro XYZ or Link effect is activated. Arise, then you get trigger first? But it's a quick effect, it's not a trigger. They go Fenrir first. Fenrir is a trigger. Fenrir is a trigger. You are not a trigger. They are a trigger. They get to do it first. Lindworm is quick. Lindworm isn't winning here. It's not as easy, I think. I don't think it's as easy if they summon a Fenrir. If they don't summon a Fenrir, but they would always summon a Fenrir. They always would. They always would summon a Fenrir, I think. So how do you beat... I don't know if one branded fusion... I honestly don't know if one branded fusion is enough to beat Fenrir, Shangri-Ira plus Arise Heart. Just make Lind directly, it beats the board? I don't think it beats the board. Like, hold up, wait. I'm gonna go to some advanced techniques here. Hold up. I'm gonna recreate their board. Fenrir. Diablosis. Alright. Fog, we opened Fenrir. Okay. So they're gonna have... They're gonna have this, right? This is in defense, right? No, it's just any. Okay, whatever. That's gonna be the board to beat, right? And you're telling me that one branded fusion outs this board. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe that one branded fusion outs this board. I don't see it. Because what you're saying is make Lindworm directly. Which is like, okay, let's say we make Lindworm directly with these two. Banish, banish. Special summon Lindworm. Branded Fusion gets banished. Arise Heart, mandatory trigger. Chain Lindworm to bounce. They probably chain a Rise Heart here to banish it. No, just let it resolve. And then what? Merc adds Albaz? It doesn't. We can't use it if we plan on... Lind checks the Arise for the rest of the turn. No, it doesn't. If I activate Merc here... add Albaz... They just go Fenrir F target Lindworm. How am I checking for the rest of the turn? How am I checking? Don't activate. Okay. And then what else do I do? What do I do? Don't activate Merc? Oh, yeah. Okay. How do I out the board? How do I out it? How is it outed? How has the board been outed? I don't understand. Play with the other 4 cards. Oh, so what you're saying is it doesn't out the board. So what you're saying specifically is it doesn't... So you just said Lindworm alone outs the board, and now you say break the board with the other 4 cards. It doesn't out the board. It helps you. It's not a bad line. It's not a bad line. The problem is that if they trigger a Rise Heart. If you can't trigger Lindworm immediately. You can trigger Lindworm immediately to bounce one of the things. They probably chain a Rise Heart to banish your Lindworm first face down, and then you bounce the Shangri-Ira, and then you only have to deal with Fenrir and Macrocosmos. Or the problem is if you bounce a Rise Heart here, then they will just trigger Shangri-Ira to lock all your shit. I don't think it's as easy as you make it out to be without the help of any spells. Like, it's very easy if you have, for example, Branded Lost. If you have, I think it's also relatively easy if you have Albaz. Like, that might be a reason to play 3 Albaz, honestly, because if you have Albaz in hand, they go Arise Heart, you go Lindworm. To stop all you need to do is get rid of the Arise Heart, and you can just go normal summon Albaz F. Normal Albaz F literally destroys it. After you've baited the Arise Heart banish. Merc is chaining 1, arises 2. No, it's not, bro. Do you know how mandatory effects work? Arise Heart is mandatory. Arise Heart is chaining 1, always. Merc is, if anything, Merc is chaining 2. If you go chaining 1 Arise Heart, chaining 2 Merc, you cannot use Lindworm. You cannot use Lindworm if you go chaining 1 Arise Heart, chaining 2 Merc. And then Merc resolves, and then Fenrir banishes your Lindworm, and you can't respond to it because Lindworm only triggers on Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, or Link. It doesn't trigger on Fenrir. So it's not possible. You cannot just go... chains Fenrir to Arise? No, they're not chaining Fenrir to Arise. They can't do that. Fenrir triggers after. Fenrir is a trigger. It triggers after the chain resolves. Because of your Merc. Your Merc triggers the Fenrir. Okay, what if we make... Got 8 months. Thank you for the 8 months, Volkup. If we make Lindworm first, we can make Lindworm first. Let's theorize the Lindworm play, but the Lubellion play. I don't think that's better though. I don't think that's better because if you go if you go into Lubellion here, they go chaining 1 Arise Heart, chaining 1 Arise Heart, chaining 2 Lubellion, chaining No, Chainlink 2 Merc, Chainlink 3 Rebellion. Which way around? Yeah, Chainlink 2 Merc, Chainlink 3 Rebellion, discard whatever you have in hand. The problem is, once again, the problem is the Fenrir. The problem is the Fenrir because what happens is, yes, you can turn these two. You can turn these two into a Lindworm, and your Merc can search an Albaz to potentially help out the board. The problem now is that on this resolution, once again, Fenrir triggers and it banishes your Lindworm, and you cannot prevent it with the Lindworm. So, and now if we go normal summon Albaz, activate effect, if we even have, wait, no, we don't even have a zone after this. Right? We don't have a zone after this because this just triggers for the last zone. Even if we go up here, this triggers, and lock, no, we have no zones. So no, one branded fusion never beats the full Kashtira combo. One branded fusion never beats the full Kashtira combo because of the Fenrir. The other three, funnily enough, are not the problem. It's the Fenrir. If they go for a Fenrir off of of Shangri Era, you can't beat it. Yes, it beats it, bro. Have you not been here? Play Dragoon? I'm not gonna play Dragoon. I'm talking good decks. I'm talking good decks. I'm not trying to build a bad version of the deck. I'm not gonna put Dark Magician into my deck, okay? Stop. You out here suggesting Dark Magician to beat Kashtira. Are you listening to yourself? Did you read what you said? Also, you'd even have to play 2 freaking Dragoons. What do you take out for 2 Dragoons? Next up, you tell me to, like, yeah, cut Mirror Jade, because it doesn't do anything against Kashtira. Just play 2 Dragoons instead. I like Albaz. 3 Albaz seems nice. I don't know how to feel about Patchwork. I love the Patchwork engine. I feel like that'd be so nice. I don't know about talents. Talents in Despia feels a little weird. Why no Super Poly again? You could play Super Poly. You absolutely can. The problem is, if you play Mud Dragon, which is the only really good target for Super Poly against Kashtira, they would just banish it, right? Thrust can get Branded Fusion. Thrust can get Branded Fusion, yeah. Thrusting isn't bad. Thrusting is not bad in this. Going first, though, it doesn't do anything if they don't put, like, a Bestial on the board. So I'm not sure if I love that. I actually feel like, unironically, I feel like post-ban list, Thrusting becomes much more of a side deck card than a main deck card in most decks. That's what I made. Kind of. It's okay. I think, honestly, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I think my point stands that I don't think it's correct to try and force this deck to be 40 cards. I don't think it has to be that. I think it's fine to go over 40 in Branded, but I do think Super Poly is probably good. Wasn't the Branded in white necessary for some combos, or are those combos just extra? Like, do I not need those combos? You need white? It's not in here, though. Patchwork replaces white. So you heart make... I don't know. I also think... I think fusion deployment is just really nice. I think fusion deployment is really nice because you just get like more access to Albas to break boards. It's like an in-engine card. It's an in-engine card that's good going first as well, but becomes like infinitely more powerful going second because it can't only get Cartesia but also Albas now. I cut it for Patchwork, but it's probably good. That's the thing. Even if you are willing to go like slightly over 40, like 45, Patchwork is still hard to fit. Patchwork is still hard to fit. Like, we could pit... Yeah, Foolish probably needs to be here for Saronier. That's quite nice. I don't want to go lower on Bystials. I love those. Wait, you're playing 1 Lubellion, 2 Saroniers, nothing else? There's no way. Like, maybe we take out Druisworm or Baldrake. But I love Bystials way too much in this. I don't know if it needs banishment, honestly. I think banishment is a little overkill. The combos pre-new cards are just better? But even then, like, I don't think there's much of an argument against playing Magnamud if you're already playing Saronier. Like, Magnamud is just a busted card. Like, maybe you don't need some of the extra stuff for the combos that is out there, but I feel like it'd be not very smart. Like, if you're already playing Saronier, like, why would you not play Lubellion and Magnamud? Because those cards are just free +1 extenders, hand traps, everything. I don't know. There's a lot of experimentation to be done, I think, with branded. I like the tier limits in this. The only thing is, without Poly, I don't think you should play those. Although, is there a good... What do you do with Cartesia? Cartesia plus, like, Merly, or plus a tier name. What does that do? You make Guignol? Oh, I also hate that there's no Garura. The extra deck is so tight. You want Dragostapelias. That's probably the biggest challenge. Dragostapelia is nice. You also want Garura, I think, for Grand Guignol. Okay, let's say goodbye. Let's say goodbye to this. I don't think we can. Let's wave goodbye to this. I mean, there's so many. Like, you want to play Garura, you want to play Dragostapelia. Well, you need to play 1 Dragostapelia. But what's even cuttable? Only 1 Cartesia? Could be 2. I don't know, man. This is tough. Lubellion to 1? I mean, I would... without Kashtira in the format, it'd be super easy. Without Kashtira in the format, you just do this. You have room for everything without Kashtira. The problem is that some of these might require 2 copies. I guess it's just a matter of... It's just a matter of finding out which ones need 2 copies and which ones don't. Right? Like, it's something that at this point in time, I can't really predict which ones have to go here. One Mirror Jade, maybe? I mean... 1 Mirror Jade, really? I don't think so. Is Brigand necessary? Not 100% necessary. I just feel like it's nice to have the option to fetch Merc in the end phase as an additional disruption. Because sometimes, you know, you already have branded in red or something. So I think it's nice. Spright Runick? We already did Spright Runick. No food today? No, I'm gonna eat after stream. Titanic Clad, I'm pretty sure, does not make the cut. I'm pretty sure Titanic Clad does not make the cut at all. There's no way, I think. Like, look at all those cards. I would put all of those into my deck rather than playing Titanic Clad. It doesn't make it. One mask, honestly, I don't know if you can justify 2 masks. I don't know if you can justify 2 masks, because, like, it's not really part of any of the standard combos anymore, especially if you don't play Patchwork. If you don't play Patchwork, I think the only way you ever make mask is if you have, like, a situation where you can barely, like, you can't attack for game, but you leave them with, like, 1,000. And then you make, like, a Masquerade. And that's the only scenario I ever see myself making Masquerade in this version. If you play Patchwork and more Despias and maybe like tier limit names, then yeah, you can make 2 Masquerades. But this version doesn't really make that, I think. But yeah, it's impossible for me. It's impossible for me to predict exactly how this deck is going to see play. There's just way too much stuff you can do. Like, you can play Patchwork, you can play Allure, you can play more Tragedies with that, you can play tier limit names, which are actually, I think, decent. You can play, like, so much stuff in this. You can play more Bystials, you can play less Bystials, I don't know. Why do I love your stream so damn much? I don't know. I'm glad you do, though. How do you use Fusion Deployment? Fusion Deployment summons Albaz, because it's listed on a bunch of fusions, and it summons Cartesia, because it's listed on this thing. I think, like, going second into decks like Sword Soul, you want the Poly Patchwork engine. I mean, yeah, absolutely, you do. You do. You absolutely do. Patchwork, Poly, Edge. But it's so tight though. It's so tight. I mean, at this rate, I don't know, dude. We can just play the Cam Neil deck. The 60 card Abomination. Well, technically the Cam Neil deck is Flunder, but I meant the one that that Cam used at YCS Minneapolis. The other Cam Neil deck, not the main Cam Neil deck. I don't know if you want to play a 60 card though. Three Pearl Rhinos? I mean, Pearl Rhino seems a little odd. I got the inspiration to play 60 from Cam, but Branded Fusion is too insane. Yeah, I mean, you don't see it enough, right? You could play one Rhino Heart, and then, but then you, oh my god, that fills out the extra deck even more. Because in order to be able to summon Rhino Heart off Fusion Deployment, you need to play like Kaleido Heart, but you will never make it. Lubellion triggers Pearl Rhino? Yeah. I guess. I don't want to get too crazy. I don't want to get too crazy with Branded just yet. Like, I really don't want to. I don't want to get into it into too much. There's too much work to do on Branded to cover it in a stream where we go over where I try to go over like a lot of different decks, right? I'm not trying to go over like just we could probably fill Branded testing like for a full week of streaming for the new format. But we are overcooking right now. I'm looking at this list and we are overcooking. We are overcooking. Let's just leave it at that. Branded is good, okay? Branded is good. Branded is good. What else did I have up there? We've talked about Branded, Labyrinth, Kashtira we don't really need to talk about. The standard Kashtira list, I think, remains the same. One question, though. Do you believe Shifter stays in Kashtira? Because I'm not sure it does. I don't think it does, actually. I don't see why not. Okay, sucks in the mirror. Not very good against Branded. Not that good against Spright, because without Elf, like, it's actually not even that good against Spright. Labyrinth doesn't really care. Like, literally, most of the decks don't care about it. So, that's why. That is specifically the reason why not. Because it sucks against the good decks, I think. It's insane against Branded? It's not insane against Branded, no. It is not insane against Branded. It's like, it's okay against Branded. What does Branded do versus Shifter? I mean, you just like go into a grind game where you summon Lubellion. It's only like if they go first and they have a full board next to it already, then yes. But if you go like, if you go first and you activate Branded Fusion and they go Shifter, you have a lot of plays available. The only thing you can't do is make a Mirror Jade. Like literally, Branded played Shifter last format. Branded played Shifter last format. So I don't know how you can say that Branded is dead to Shifter if they decided to play it last format. I remember sitting here watching multiple deck profiles of Branded playing Shifter because of Tierlist. King of the Swamp. I mean, look. Let's move away. This is inducing way too many. This is inducing way too many. Like, yes, there's a lot of possibilities in building Branded. What else do I build? Let's look at Naturia Runick, which is kind of like a sleeper actually. This morning when I looked at the tier maker, I was like, why has nobody been talking about Naturia Runick? That deck seems very nice. Wait, Runick? Wait, why are you surprised? Why is anyone surprised by Runick being a thing again? Vire8, thank you for the 2 months. Best version of Spright post-ban. My first impression, Runick Spright. It's so fair? Runick? Runick is so fair. I'm enjoying this live stream a lot. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Feel free to follow if you are a first timer into the stream. You haven't followed yet. Feel free to hit that follow button. I'd appreciate that. I've heard a lot of things in my days, but I've never heard anyone call Runick fair. I've never heard anyone call Runick fair. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. That's crazy you said that. I think it was maybe. Okay, maybe it was not. Maybe you were not being serious. Then you have successfully baited me. All right, we go with at least something like this. We might not need blessing. Do we need what's the one? Sunflower. Do we still play the Ishizu cards? Maybe we do. Oh, I forgot Slumber. My bad. I was already wondering where all the spaces were from. Nah, what do you want to do with them? I don't know. With Kelbeck, I would like to, if a card is sent from hand or deck to the opponent's graveyard, target a special summon monster your opponent controls, return Express summon this card from your hand, then return that monster to the hand. If this card is sent from hand or deck to the graveyard, you can activate this effect. Each player sends the top 5 cards of their deck to the graveyard. Then if you exchange... that's what I would like to do with it. We could play more of the Naturias. Like, what are the ones that are like borderline playable? There's like, hold up. There's Horn Needle. I don't think that makes the cut. I don't think, honestly, I don't think you need to play any of these, but maybe. Stink Bug can be annoying. Vayne. I don't know if you do, but you could. The we'd probably only play 2 blessings, but with only 2 shufflers you might actually run out now. What do we make? We make Baron. That's nice and easy. We make... is there a world where we make this? Where's the new insect? Oh, it's custom. Hold up, I need to check if I can safely search for custom. All custom cards. Where is it? Has no one made a custom card for Diabolantis? Did I write it wrong? New first. Bro, how many of you make custom cards on this site? It's there, I found it. You could play this, send an insect and or plant up to the number of non-tuners used for the synchro summon. The question is that worth it? I don't know. I have a copy IRL. I'm very proud of you. Charge, Warrior, Coral, Ching, Ying, Cheng Ying Beast. We need a level 8 synchro, I feel like, because sometimes, you know, sometimes you have Gary plus Camellia. Is that Omega? Is Omega the best one? Probably. We can play some rank 4s, even though we make rank 4s less often, I think, because we only have 4 of the Ishizus. The Ishizu cards are basically only a bonus. Let's finish the main deck. Let's do like let's just say I don't know, let's just do Impermash for now. Whatever. It can be other. It can be other tech cards. But that seems okay. Okay, the sorting is optimal. We could make Dragite, you're right. We could make Dragite instead of Omega. Osa seems okay against Kashtira. But it doesn't really matter what we put here, I think. For the most part, yeah, I mean, this pops off. This absolutely pops off. Let me show you how hard this pops off. Activate Storm. Summon Hugin. How did anyone question mark when I said let's play Runick? Like, how did anyone question mark Runick? I'm shook. No water for Dragite? Anyways. Summon Cricket. Summon Camellia. Send Tree. Add Blessing. We just make Coral here, right? I mean, first of all, we activate this. This makes Coral. We activate... we activate Flashing Fire. Geary, no effect. Do we do Fountain Draw 2 here? Probably not. Probably not. Keblek. Tip. Add any that we haven't used yet. Let's use it. Let's get a one of so that we don't draw into that. Do we have a one of? Wait, we opened the one of. Okay, never mind. We're gonna draw. We're gonna get Destruction, banish one off the top, Fountain, draw 3. Alright. It's not fine. It's not fine. Like how? Okay, how do we continue? Curses. We could mill if we wanted to go. No, why am I asking? Yes, we do. Oh my god, wait. Pitch Kelbeck. Add Fountain. Mill 5. For both. Oh. Special Agido. Special this. My god. Activate a new Fountain. Activate Blessing. Bring back Camellia. Now, who said this was fair? Who said this was fair? You don't have to be afraid. Step forward. Yeah, brother, this is fair. This is the definition of fairness. I've never played such a fair deck in my life. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. That is giga fair. Pretty sure I don't know which one we haven't used yet. I think we haven't used Flunder and I don't think we've used Slumber and Smiting Storm, so we actually need another freaking Geary. We don't have another Geary, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Deck is so mega lol bad now. Oh god. So omega lol fair. So mega lol fair because we don't have another Geary to draw another like a billion cards. Unfortunate. You started with Storm? Okay, well then. I'm not on Storm. Oh, I could Agido. Oh, I can Agido. I can shuffle back if I want to. I can shuffle back Gary's with Keldo if I want to. This is not as good as the last hand, but it's fine, I think. So you go this. I'm pretty sure you go tree. I'm pretty sure you use Fountain for one, just because you're going to have another one. So you go Chainlink 1 tree, Chainlink... No, Chainlink 1 Fountain, Chainlink 2 a tree, because you don't want to draw Blessing. No, wait. That's new... The tree is a new chain. You go Chainlink 1 Fountain, Chainlink 2 Hugin. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, tree is mandatory in a new chain. I mistook tree for Hugin. You go Hugin before you draw. That's what I was going to say. Wait, that was top. Bottom. Draw. Tree for Blessing. Cricket. F. Summon. Camellia. Sentry. Add Blessing. That's a lot of tuners you have in your Runick Synchro deck. That's a lot of tuners we have in our Runick Synchro deck. Okay, we go Coral. We activate a new Fountain before going Slumber. Gary loops another Fountain. Fountain draws 1. It's the definition of fair. Coral Dragon. Have we used Destruction? Because if not, this is about to get really fair. If we haven't used Destruction yet, this is about to get really fair. What does activating a new Fountain get you? Isn't it once per turn? Ah. The innocent. The innocent, whew. No one tell him. No one tell him, please. We don't, no, nah. Nah, don't tell him. Sweet, sweet summer child. I don't think we've used it. Wait, but we go for a new Fountain. Special Hugin, pitch. Agido. Oh wait, we can't. We don't have another Fountain in the deck. Never mind. We can't. Well, we still activate it, but we just don't use Agido. I think. We just make Geary. Add this one back. Bottom. Draw. Ah. Ah. Have I proven the point yet? Do I need to continue, or have I proven the point? I don't know if this is the best version to do it. I don't know if... Where is it? I don't know if this is... Okay. I don't know if this is the best version to do it. But Runicks are still insane. Runicks are still insane. Especially now that the freaking Ishizu shufflers are gone. The only reason why Runick did not run completely rampant was because Ishizu's in the game. Like, Runick was the best deck before Magnificent Mavens, and now that the Magnificent Mavens cards are all limited, yes, Runick is back and is probably part of some best deck in the format. Let it be Naturia, let it be Spright. I don't know what you'd rather pair up with it, but it's definitely gonna be a good deck. Is Chaos Hunter good against Runick? It depends on the version. Most of the time, I'd say no. So that's my take on Naturia. For now, I guess the Ash and the Imperm could be different cards, but I think for now this is looking pretty sick. Whether you play Kelbeck Agido in this depends a little bit on what the meta is. If you want to go for the Mill 5, as of now, if the meta is Kashtira, Spright, Branded, Labyrinth, I think you can go for Mill 5 against those. I think you can go for Mill 5 against those. So I think you probably would play the 4 Ishizus. What do you do when the spells get banished going second? I mean, you have this deck has 9 cards that stop a Rise Heart, right? You have Freezing Curses to negate it, Flashing Fire to pop it, and Imperm to just negate it. So there's like 9 ways to stop a Rise Heart right off the bat. And if that's a problem, if that becomes a problem, you could play other, like, it doesn't have to be Ash Imperm. It could be Talons to take it or whatever. Like, there's ways. Right? There's ways. Tip can turn into it as well. Yeah, Tip also works. There's ways to beat Kashtira. There's easy ways to beat Kashtira, I think. If they set up Birth, it can be hard because of the second effect. If your opponent activates a spell card and you control a Kashtira monster, target 3 cards in your opponent's grave, banish them. Birth is annoying. You are right. But we do have, once again, we have 3 destruction to stop it. Plus, we have Tip to find that. And at the end of the day, if you play conservatively with your fountains, you can just, like, fountain for 1. If they stop it with Birth, then you can set up another fountain. It's possible, I think. It's not like this deck cannot beat Birth. You can also just, like, against Kashtira, if they put anything in attack, you can just go Battle Phase, activate Runick, make Gary, crash. Pop whatever is annoying. Right? Technically. Tim X Mate, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. 3 away. 3 away from 800. Appreciate all of you. Surely we can hit 800 today. That would be amazing. It was a hell of a ride these last couple of weeks with all the support. I want to say thank you. Also, the numbers today, I know it's mostly because there's a new ban list, but still, thank you for watching. Appreciate everyone being here. Glad you're enjoying the stream. What do you think? What do you think about Naturia Runick with a tier engine? I don't know what the tier engine is supposed to do in this. Ayo, X Crazy, thank you for the... Okay, well, now we are an 800 Andy again. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the continued support, X Crazy. This one is for you. Hold up. Pepe D time. All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Joshua Schmidt. Joshua Schmidt. Joshua.
Pepe D's in chat
Joshua Schmidt.
right now.
Joshua Schmidt.
Joshua Schmidt.
Joshua.
So much Schmidt. Joshua.
You would probably play like more rank 4s now the more I think about it. And even maybe you play 3 Gearys, dude.
Taking down Joshua's got it. Perfect. It all comes down to this. Joshua Schmidt goes for it. Left with almost no cards. This is over.
Joshua Schmidt.
What's another rank 4 that we could make in the next format that seems good? Do we make a... I mean, Blind Dweller doesn't seem worth it anymore. Baguska turns off all of our, like, Barone Chengying stuff, so we can't really make Baguska turn 1. We can't make Baguska going first in this deck, because it interrupts our own board too much. We could also make a Link. That stops us from making further use of the Runicks, but we could make a Link at the end of the combo. Roach... First of all, thank you for the 3 months, Wins. Welcome back. Appreciate that. And also, I think so. I think Runick is in a great spot. I don't know if there's another rank 4 we actually want to make. Roach is good, but the problem is Roach is only good against Kashtira. It's only good against Kashtira. How do you make it in other matchups? You can make Sargas. So you're saying play Merrymaker and Sargas and then play like a small Therion package? Not impossible. Not impossible. Yeah. I could see it. I could see it. Barkion for trap matchups? It's too hard to make Barkion, I think. Evil Swarm Nightmare? Doesn't that need 2 darks? Evil Swarm Nightmare. Wasn't that 2 darks? Yeah, it's 2 darks. We don't make that. We have 1 dark with Geary, but we don't have 2. Dweller for sure. You say Dweller for sure. Name a deck that's weak to Dweller. Next format. It's not tier anymore. Black Ship of Court. I mean, I'm talking about going first. I don't think there is one, honestly. I don't think there is another rank 4 that you can just make going first and it's good every time. I don't think it exists. Branded? I mean, yeah, okay, it's good against Branded, but you could probably side, like, you could side a couple of, like, you could, or maybe you can fit them in the extra deck and just make them turn, like, game 2, if you go first, game 2 and 3. You could play Dweller and Roach. Probably take out Omega or Dragite. Like this. This could be something. I could see this. The best one would probably be Merrymaker. Because that's a generic Omni-Negate, right? Merrymaker with Sargass and then Ethereum. I don't know if I like it, though. What is that? You only need 1 Regulus, right? I guess you could play Borea. Anyways. Right? You could play Borea already. Can't you add Lily Borea with Sargass? You can, I think. But then Borea needs that spell as well, so we need, like, this Colosseum. Diabolantis. There's, like, there's weird routes we can go. There's weird routes we can go. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to draw Regulus ever. It feels so bad. I don't know if I want to risk it. Alomeris? What was Alomeris again? Alomeris was 2 level 4, unaffected by traps. You can detach 2, special summon a level 4 insect or plant from your grave. So it can revive Camellia. So that's not bad sometimes, because it allows you to turn 2 non-tuners. It turns 2 non-tuners into a tuner. Like, for example, if you have, like, I don't know, Agido and Mudora, and you really want the Camellia again, you need the tuner, then you can, like, make Alomeris, which would technically work. I don't hate it. Granite to search Nibiru? Yeah, after sighting. I think there's a lot of stuff to be experimented with Runicks here. Like, I mean, this list is, like, the main deck is... The thing about Runick is that the main deck is usually relatively straightforward because the Runick engine takes up so much space. You have like 20 cards taken up by the Runicks, and then you play some other engine, which is another 10 to 15 cards, and then you have like 5 slots left. So the main deck is usually relatively cookie cutter, but the side and extra is where it can become spicy. Why only 2 Fountain? You could play 3. I like 2 because... if I don't play, like, I like 3 Fountains if I play like 18 or more Runicks. With just 16 as in this list, I think playing Fountain, you often draw Fountain without enough Runicks, and then it's kind of weird. Fenrir and Runick? You could play Fenrir. The problem with Fenrir with Runick in general... The problem with Fenrir in Runick in general is that it's a very good card to start with, but if you ever draw it with Fountain later on, it's completely dead. Because you already have monsters. So that's annoying. Dispelling is probably better than Smiting Storm. So you definitely play that over that. Mannequin can special it? I mean, yeah, but kind of weird. What else is there? What about Gishki Spright? What about Gishki Spright? Gishki Spright. Abyss, Nerimanas, Grim, this. The elf interaction was really good, so maybe. But like, what about... I mean... What about this, though? 2 waters. Target a mortal monster in your grave with 15 or less attack. Special summon it. You cannot special summon monsters for the rest of the turn except waters. Isn't that almost just as good? It locks you into water for the rest of the turn, right? It locks you into water for the rest of the turn, but if you have Sprite combos, you can just do that beforehand, right? You could technically do your Sprite combos beforehand. It does mess with it a little bit. But let's look at some combos at least. Let's try and figure out like 8. No, wait, I put elf. Oh, Sag. I don't know what exactly we need. I'm just gonna throw in everything for now. We will never play this big of an engine, but and then we have Shadow, Vision, maybe Gust Kraken. That's the one that hand loops, right? Yeah. I don't want to build a list right now. I just want to figure out what the combo is. Like, let's say, I just want to figure out what the combo is if we have, for example, like the best hand possible would be Grim plus Blue. Grim plus Blue feels like it's the best combo you can have. So let's see. Hold up. We might need... Oh, wrong deck. We might need more cards in the extra deck, but let me just figure this out. Okay, even in 29 cards, I did not open Blue or Grim Pog. Grim Blue. Forgot the Rhoda. Yeah, it's not supposed to be a final deck. The deck is 29 cards. So it is, believe it or not, it's not done. Grim Special Abyss. Add a Vision. And I guess you just have to go like blue into red. Right? That's kind of what you have to do here. We can't... Okay, I see what you mean. Gigantic is pretty much useless. Gigantic is pretty much useless because if we go for Gigantic first, we cannot go for the Sprite for the Gishki rituals. But if we go for the Gishki stuff first, we are locked into water. Okay, that's the first little you know, problemo. So now we would be locked into water. We don't have the full... Yeah, because we'd have to link off the Grim. That's the problem. I was just trying to figure out why we don't have the full the material to ritual off the tribute fodder. But Gishki Grim is... We have to link it off because we need a water for anemone. Lithium has a video on it? Hold up. Let me see. New format, is Gishki Spright the best deck? Okay, hold up. Let me see what Lithium cooked up.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. So, third video.
Oh, I didn't pay attention to the what's up, guys. Hold up. We need to restart.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome back. So,
there it was.
third video, but probably the last one for Spright. So new TCG format post Elf ban.
Okay. Swap Frog. Interesting. Swap Frog in this version.
Tested out Runick Spright, tested out Pure Spright, Power Spell Spright, however you want to pronounce that or call the deck. Next one is Gishki Spright. I'm not so sure about the deck. Like going first, it's a fantastic deck. Like the Spright engine, well, the Spright engine.
The ritual can summon back Toad.
Is superb. It has you know, a lot of consistency. It has a lot of consistency going first. That's much better. Simply because you can, you know, put up the evil Gishki that pretty much negates monster effects, right? As you know. Plus, it's not once per turn, so you could, I forgot the Searcher, their Rota, right? Banish it during the end phase and then set the trap. That basically gets the ritual back from your hand to the field. So it's basically double monster negation, especially during your opponent's turn. So that's cool. That's really, really solid. Plus, the you know, the added Spright engine because of the level 2s, etc. The Gishki Grim basically works like, what is it, Beaver? So really, really nice. Plus the Abyss, not once per turn, right? With what is the Coral Anemone, I believe the name is, or Anemone. Anyway, so get a search right, and swap is still there because of the Boojin link rights, and I guess here it definitely makes sense simply because, again, tributing Toad, it gives you another follow-up play, searching either swap or, you know, any of the Gishki cards. So I believe Toad is definitely justified. I'm kind of close to add in the double cross as well, but problem is that and that's the thing with this deck, I believe the biggest weakness of this deck is going second and plowing through negations. Again, if you're going second against the Sword Soul,
just drew 3 of Book of Eclipse
or whatever,
nice Sword Soul deck,
Stun or Runick, whatever. It struggles. It definitely struggles simply because even though, you know, going first it's kind of consistent, but going second, and that's the biggest problem of the deck, is that you might clutter, you know, with like either too many Gishki cards or either too many Spright cards or none of the engine cards at all, right? So like opening with like one ritual spell, the ritual, maybe one of the smaller Gishki. So that's not.
So what I'm taking away immediately here, is that it feels like, and this is not necessarily a bad thing, but to me it feels like the Gishki Spright 1 or 2 card combos aren't as impressive in terms of like, it doesn't feel like it has a completely like streamlined 1 card combo. But looking at the list, it's like you're never gonna draw only a 1 card combo. You're almost always gonna draw like 2 to 3 card combos, right? You're gonna draw like, hands that, like, you know, like, for example, it feels a little similar to like trying to show someone a Tierlist standard combo. You're like, okay, well, there isn't really a standard Tierlist combo because they all depend on what you draw and what you mill. For Gishki, it's not about milling, but it's about like, it depends a lot on like what you draw. Like if you open with one of your ritual monsters, that changes everything. If you open with already one of the vision or the shadow, that changes a lot as well. So I think Gishki Spright has a place, maybe. It has a place. The question is how hard do you go on where's the Gishki Spright? How hard do you go on Aquamira focalization on like the Spright end or the Gishki end? Cuz specifically Jet and Starter, I think, are cards that have poor synergy. They have poor synergy with Gishki because Jet gives you Starter, but Starter locks you out of Nere mana. So technically starting with Jet or Starter doesn't really work. I could definitely see doing something like 2 and 2 for these. Ice Mirror. Target a level 3 or lower water monster you control. Special summon 1 monster with the same name from your deck, but you cannot special summon from the extra deck while you control that face-up special summon monster. So, what are you saying? You target Gishki Abyss, summon another Gishki Abyss, get the search, free +1, but then what? How do you get rid of your Gishki Abyss while it's there? How do you get rid of it? You ritual it away? Well, I mean, like, ritual with it, it's level 2 though. It doesn't count as the entire... It doesn't count as the entire tribute. Okay, you take back that Almirage, Nix. You take back that Almirage. You think about that Almirage again. Bounce it back to hand with Swap Frog. And where is Swap Frog coming from? I mean, it's not a bad card. You just have to find a way to get rid of your Gishki Abyss. Then it's okay. You actually have to find a good way to get rid of Gishki Abyss. Honestly, I'm thinking maybe there's a world in which you play like a very small Sprite package in Gishki and just try to play it more as a Gishki deck with like Salvage and Hand Loop. I don't know if that ever ends up being meta though. Swap gets summoned from Gigantic, and then how do you ritual summon after that? Like, what is the point of bringing out a Gishki Abyss with Ice Mirror to search another ritual, like, spell or whatever, or monster, if you can't summon it? Salvage over Resurface? I mean, you could also play, what's it called? It's just called Surface, right? Which is also an interesting card. It's a good extender if you get to Abyss already. It's interesting because it's just a free +1, but I don't know. Use the trap to summon on the opponent's turn? Which one? I mean, what's the Aqua Mirror that you play, actually? I forgot. Aqua Mirror, is it Illusion? Yeah, it's Illusion, right? The one you play. Gishki Ice Mirror? Gishki... No. It does not exist. Ice Mirror is the one that tributes your opponent's monsters. It doesn't summon on your opponent's turn. Photon Mirror is the one where you have to pay a bajillion life points. That's not very good, I think. But Gishki Spright, I think, is... I mean, this is hardly a Sprite deck, to be honest. This just plays like a very small Sprite package for some natural synergies. But for the most part, I think, yeah, it's like that's... The problem for Gishki Spright specifically. The problem for Gishki Spright is that you lose, I think you lose the main interaction point, the main synergy point between Spright and Gishki was Elf. So I think it's actually not too, it's not completely silly to try and play, I don't know, Gishki. Like as a deck. I think the Gishki archetype has some potential now with these combos. But losing Spright Elf hurts a lot. I could see playing just Gishki, right? With like, just play like blue and red. Because you have level 2 monsters anyways, so blue is just a free +1 and a monster negate and whatnot. I could see just playing like Gishki. I'd have to try it, but I don't know how I don't know how well it would work. Gishki Runick? I don't know why that would be a thing. Hieratic Gishki Handloop? That's the deck straight up from 2013 or something. Hieratic Gishki Handloop is a deck from 2013. Gishki Atlantean? What's the point of Atlanteans in Gishki? What's the point? I don't get it. What's the synergy? Water. Water! Dragoon searches the searches? Yeah, okay. But, like... Not really. Don't sleep on Tri-Brigade Spright? I'm not. I put it, like, high up in the tier list. I think it's solid. I think it's solid. I just don't like... my problem with Tri-Brigade Spright is not that I don't like it. I'm not sleeping on it. I just feel like it's worse than other Spright versions still. Neptibus is a 1-card Norlias with follow-up. What is Norlias? Do you mean Nere Manas? I don't know. I like Gishki. I like the Gishki cards, but it seems more like an experimental type of thing. Like I think you could play around with a deck like this and just try to go super hard on Gishki hand looping, because I'm pretty sure that any additional salvage you have just means you loop an additional card. The problem is that this deck doesn't do anything if it doesn't get going. Like if I summon Grim and they negate it, my turn ends. It just ends. It is over. You can play Zealantis, yeah. You can play Zealantis. The problem is, how do you like you'd have to find a combo with Zealantis, which is possible. You can add salvage with thrusting. You can, yeah. I mean, if you can hand loop, like if you can consistently hand loop, like to let me okay. Let me say, let's say we have, what do we need at the minimum? Because Grim is not a one card combo anymore, right? Hold up. Let me just let's work on this from the bottom. Let's work from the bottom up. Grim alone is this, right? Grim alone is this, summons this, adds one of these. Where is it? Shadow. And then you have to make here, you have to make Coral Anemone, locking you into water, summoning back Abyss. Wait, to the zone it points to. And then Abyss can trigger to grab Vision. Right? And so this is what only Grim does. At this point, we do not have a ritual summon because we don't have the tribute fodder. We have the spell and the monster. We have the spell and the monster, but we don't have the fodder. So one Grim is not enough. Did we do Deck Doctor? No, not today. We didn't do Deck Doctor, no. So what if, and let's move sprites out of the picture for now. Let's talk about Gishki. What if I have, let's say, what if I have a shadow already? What if I have shadow already? So I go Grim, Special Abyss. Oops. Special Abyss. Add Vision, because I'm missing that. We could technically go for a ritual summon here. Photo Mirror for the one. You can't play Photo Mirror. My problem is, hold up. Anemone. Is there a good Link 2 or 3 water monster? I think we've talked about this before. But my issue is, hold up. My issue right now in my head is that if I add these two to my hand, I can make a ritual summon for Nere Manas by tributing Grim, right? I can do this. But then I don't have a target for Nere Manas in the graveyard. I have, but it is not worth summoning, basically. Actually, you could go, like, revive Grim, and since we haven't used Anemone, we could go Gigantic here. Right? We could go Gigantic here. Technically. We are not locked into water or anything. So technically we could do this. It doesn't feel great though. It doesn't feel great because other 2-card combos are just stronger. Like Beaver plus Blue, for example, is stronger than this. Or we could go like, that's actually better. We could go Jet, Smasher. Okay, it's not too bad. It's not like awful if we make whatever here. Yeah, like we could make Gin Buster. Thank you, Luke. Good luck at you're doing Mexico, right? You said Mexico, right? Okay, but what if, you know where I think it becomes like really nasty? Is when we talk about like combos like, hold up. One thing that also is annoying to me is that we are not using Gishki Aquamirror. We are not using Gishki Aquamirror. That infuriates me. The fact that we are not using Aquamirror is infuriating to me. We need to recycle that. This card is highly abusable. Why are we not abusing it? What if we have Salvage? Is that nutty if we have Grim plus Salvage? Oops. That has to be something. The fact you're not using Gust Kraken with Diviners and Bentons. I mean, we're definitely not going to use Diviner and Benton. We are not going to play another normal summon in this deck. Well, you could use Benton technically with a different target, but we're not going to put Diviner in this. That's, if you're starting to put Diviner into this deck, you are derailing. You are overcooking a lot. I'm 100% convinced by that. Abyss. Go for Vision. And then we use Vision and Shadow for Aquamirror and Gust Kraken, I want to say. I want to make Gust Kraken. And then we can go Salvage. Flexing my muscles. Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Grim. Which one searches monsters? Ritual Monster. This one. And now we can go activate Aquamirror. Tribute. Special. Hand Loop. Wait, no, we need not Vision. We need Shadows. Right? We need Shadows. Is this only Gishki combo? I mean, no. What do you mean? What was that question? I'm confused. Anyways, we could now Zealantis is not. Is Zealantis nice? Not yet. What if this was... No, it's not. No, it doesn't. It has to be Gust. So we use Gust Kraken. We link it off. We have to link it off. Let's say we make Zealantis, which is a complete... Is there another link for water that's like not bad that we can make before Zealantis just for a slight advantage or not? This goes to hand. This goes to deck. Okay, it's not quite a combo. I think you can do this better though. Like, Grim plus Salvage has to be something. Honestly, it might not be too bad to play an engine in Gishki that gives you ritual fodder if you need it sometimes. Bubble Reef draws 1, but not immediately, does it? Doing standby. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Impcantations? Oh, incantations. Now we're I feel like we're derailing. I feel like we're derailing for a little bit here. I don't want to get, like, the thing is, I want to try and keep it realistic. Stop trying to use Sprite. I mean, I'm not have I used any Sprite card in that past combo? Why are you being like, it's only, no, I don't get it. I don't understand it. Okay, anyways. Can't we go like Gust Kraken, tribute Gust Kraken? Isn't that kind of nasty? Wouldn't that solve a lot of problems if we just planned on using a Gust Kraken for the tribute for the next Gust Kraken? Wouldn't that solve a lot of problems? Hold up. Hold up. So, let's say we have Grim plus Salvage. It doesn't have to be Salvage. Salvage can be other cards, I'm pretty sure. But let's say we have that. Summon Abyss. Abyss grabs Vision. Then we have to go into Anemone. Yeah. Special. Add Shadow. Prep becomes insane. Does it? I guess it is not bad then, yeah. So Gust and this. Then we use this to add back Shadow. And this because we need entire tribute. Aquamirror, tribute, special. Loop a card. No, it still doesn't work. It still doesn't work. I don't know. It feels like there is something here. It feels like there is something. What if you add 2 gusts? Oh yeah, right. We could have done that. We could have done that. So it would have been a hand loop for 2, but then it still doesn't end on much. I don't think hand loop is the way. The problem with the non-hand loop version, in my opinion, is that, well, like, I mean, in any case, what's really annoying for this deck, when I'm looking at Nere Manas, I really want to summon back Abyss every time. I really want to summon back Abyss every time. The problem is, though, the Abyss is always on the field and I have trouble getting it off the field. I have trouble getting it off the field. I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now with Gishkis, but I think we can lab around with this a little bit more. I just don't want to spend too much time on it. I think it's a little harder to work out. Have you tried Herald of Arclight to loop them? What do you mean loop them? Oh, you mean Pure Light? You mean Pure Light? Or what? That one? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you don't need Anemone... to get started, then this could be something. But okay. I guess I should cover Life Twins. We should cover Twins. I don't know if you played this. You might play more of these, honestly, now. Wait, what's the ratio? You played 3 of this, right? And then you could play this. Did you do the tier list? I did do the tier list, but it'll be... Don't worry, it'll be on the YouTube tomorrow. And there's also a VOD channel. You can go ! VOD for the YouTube VOD channel, where the VOD will also be some point, like, soon. You play one Frost. Yeah, you probably play Frost. You could also play Sunny Snitches, depending on what the how many you want to play. That's all you need, right? We don't need more. Okay. Sprite. We play 3 blue, 3 jet, 3 starter, smasher, red, carrot. Maybe we play double cross. It is very reliant on seeing a twin. You are right, which is why it might. I mean, prosperity feels bad this format, but which is like you are right though. Why do you completely ignore Punk? I literally had it on my tier list, but please don't complain. There's a bunch of decks. Only because I'm not doing your favorite deck next doesn't mean I'm ignoring it. It is literally not possible to do every single deck at once. I see a lot of people on Brave Sprite or using Cyberse Gadget. Cyberse Gadget. So you go normal summon Cyberse Gadget, make Lingoribo, get the level 2 token, and then you start playing from there. But what's the... I don't hate the idea. But is there like a standard combo that people are going for with Cyberse Gadget? Is there like a standard combo people are going for with Cyberse Gadget? Silent Mining Pitch Angler seems crazy. I mean, yeah, okay. I think they make Sprint into Angler after, but how is it better than just playing Nimbles then? Like if you go Cyberse Gadget into Lingoribo into the token, and then you just make Sprint with that? Why is that better than just opening Beaver? Plays both? I don't think you need both though. You don't need 6 normal summons. That's cloggy if anything. I don't like that. I've said that before. I don't think Sprite needs that many normal summons. I'm not a fan of just adding another normal summon just for... If there was a cool combo, it lets you end on Sprint on top of a Nimble. But how is it different from just opening Beaver? Because that's just 2 monsters as well. What's the difference between Cyberse Gadget and Beaver? It just puts 2 monsters onto the board that make a Sprint. It's the same situation. Link Disciple can give you the 3rd body? Okay, hold up. You know what? Let's talk about the twin deck first, and then we look at the Gadget thingy, okay? Because it's throwing me off. Hold on, I'll think about it in a second. Hold on. Twin Sprite first. What is the combo for Twin Sprite? Gadget makes sense. Yeah, okay. In Adventure Sprite, I can see it. In Adventure Sprite, that'd be nice, because that's an actual advantage, is that you're not using an effect on summon. That'd be good. It's also good follow-up. Hold up. So for Twin Sprite, I'm not missing anything essential for the combos in the main deck, right? I just want to quickly check out what the end board would be for that deck. Maybe Mask. I don't know. Mask, Sprint. Okay, one thing for this deck is there's no way we play Nimbles in this. There's no world. I don't think you want Nimbles and Life Twins. That is so weird. I don't agree with playing Twins and Nimbles. I just don't like it. You do check my list. I've checked your list. I've checked your list. It's 47 cards. What are you trying to tell me? Your deck is 47 cards, has a bajillion normal summons, plays Gale Dogra and Shaddoll Schism, and Ghost Ogre in the main deck, and you're telling me, yes, you do play the Nimbles and the... Like, how is this... How... Nah. If you... Okay, I should have phrased differently. If you are trying to build a competent deck, you should probably not play Life Twins and Nimbles in one deck. Now I phrased it so that you cannot argue with it. You do not want to play Life Twins and Nimbles in the same deck because they are highly non-synergistic. Like, if you're trying to go for Nimble combos, don't play Life Twin Spright. Simple as that. If Nimbles are good in Spright, if you want to play Nimbles in Spright, go ahead, but you don't need to play Life Twins then. The normal Spright board is good enough. So what is the Life Twin combo anyways in this, like, current for now without Elf? Hold up. So let's say Lila plus blue, right? What should Lila plus blue be? Lila summons Kissy Kill, Frost, right? And then you go for blue into Jet, into Starter or Smashers. Let's collect that down here. And then, since we don't have Elf, so this at some point, we always go, what is it? We go Lila first. No, we go Kissy Kill first, revive the Lila, make Lila, revive Kissy Kill, draw a card. We could just make that right now. We could make, we could end on Trouble Sunny, can't we? The 4? We go Kissy Kill. That works, right? Kissy Kill summons Lila. We are locked into Fiends then. We are locked into Fiends. If we do that immediately. Hold up. So maybe in this case, we simply don't use Gigantic. Isn't Djinbuster Fiend? Djinbuster, I think, is Fiend. But yeah, okay, so let's say we make Djinbuster. Let's pretend this is Djinbuster, okay? Pretend this is Djinbuster. Even though it could also be Gigantic, right? Because it's only from the extra deck that we are locked. Yeah, so we could make a Gigantic or a Djinbuster and use it later. So we go Kissy Kill. Summon Frost. No, summon Lila. Summon Lila, summon back Kissy Kill. That draws a card. Right? We draw a card. And then we could make the link 4. We could make the link 4. Let me put the link 4 into the deck. Hold up. Djinbuster. Trouble Sunny. That might be the best way to go. Is to play, like, to end on Trouble Sunny. Because without Elf, honestly, that seems like the best way to win grind games with this deck. Is like, just go Trouble Sunny. We would need a line that doesn't end, that doesn't get destroyed by Nib. You could play, you could get red with the blue. If you have any additional extender, you don't care about that at all. Hold up. Runick Life Twin? Huh? So what we could do is just go Lila, summon Frost, special blue, special Jet, add Smashers. Let's say we add Smashers. And then we make, let's just say we make Djinbuster for now. We can experiment with Gigantic as well, but let's say we make this. Kissy Kill into Lila, into revive Kissy Kill, into draw a card. Draw a card, make Trouble Sunny, set smashers. On the opponent's turn, we have a monster negate from this. And then we have this, which is destroy a card and draw a card. So it draws 2. And we have a Smasher Banish. So 2 draws, Smasher Banish, and a Monster Negate. For 2 cards, which isn't bad. Is Muckraker bad in this? Wait, what does Muckraker do again? And you draw from Frost. Wait, not Muckraker. If a monster you control, tribute a fiend instead. Target a fiend in your grave, discard a card, special summon that monster. I don't know if you can use it. I mean, you probably can. But I don't know how it makes the lines any better. You know what I mean? But it sounds okay for follow-up. The only thing that, like, that one thing you have to be aware if you try this deck is you absolutely need to open up a Life Twin card. If you do not open up a Life Twin Axis, this deck is horrible, which has always been the problem. It has always been the problem for Life Twin Sprites. So I do think you have to play some combination of, like, wait. You have to play some combination of Secret Password, Sunny Snitches, just to have more copies. I feel like. You need more copies. Or you play Prosperity, but then you lose out on some draws. What makes that better than Baguska or some rank 4 from Exceeds or Griffin from Chaos Creator Impure? You mean like pure Life Twin? I mean, it's like you could play pure Life Twin, but I feel like Sprite still gives you a very nice secondary line of play. I know in this instance, 1 blue turns into a Gin Buster and a Smashers, which is nice, right? But in general, it's just that Sprites are very good extenders, especially going second. Maybe they don't add that much to your first turn combo, but they definitely help going second. Your pork flavor TDV, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I'm not familiar with what Sprites do. I mean, they create a lot of card advantage, and they can all summon themselves from their hand if you control a level 2. So you have a lot of ways to break the board, set up additional interruptions. I think Sprite would still be way too strong not to play it. Couldn't you still end on Toad if you played 2 Frost? You can. You can. But not as easily, I think. I think this is fine. I think this is a fine deck. I don't think it's better than the other versions, though. But it's like, I think it's playable. So let's think about this gadget thingy. Okay, now, when is the new tier list going to be out? Probably tomorrow. Latest on Friday, I think. What about going second Sprite that wants to make a weak first board if it needs to go first and kills with Mosquito? You could try that. You could try that. It depends on what the meta is like, if it's possible to go second with like power spells, but you could do that. So sell me on the Gadget. Sell me on the Gadget. What's the name of this song? It's called Wellerman. The Gadget is 3 materials alone if you have... Yeah, I understand that, but I'm talking like turn 1. I'm talking like turn 1. What is the... Is there a combo with this? What about the Devotee thingy? Link Devotee and Disciple. Wait, Link the... I can only sell you on Deep Sea Diva. Everything else is bad. I mean, Deep Sea Diva is horrible right now. Devotee tokens are level 1. Yeah, but you don't need to commit to that. You can, like, I mean, you can go Gadget, make Lingo Repo, make, what is it? Which one do you make first? Disciple. Then the token is level 2. You can summon your sprites, and then you can go Devotee later. What's the problem with Diva? It's not like... There's no problem with Diva, it's just worse than Beaver, which makes it unplayable. Like, if you're playing a level 2 normal summon, because the tuner tag on Diva doesn't matter, in a pure Sprite deck, you're never going to play Diva again. Because Nimble Beaver has synergy with Angler and Sprint, and it can summon from Graveyard, so it's just a better card. Nimbles? See, that's where I think we're going. I think that's where we're going, like, where we're cooking too much. I think this is too many normal summons, quite frankly. I think this is too many normal summons. I think this is weird. Like, this is very awkward, I think. And that's the problem. I think that's a general problem with any normal summon in Sprite that isn't Nimble Beaver. The problem is that you either have to play multiple clashing normal summons, or you don't play Nimbles, which then in return makes your sprint a lot worse. Right? It makes your sprint a lot worse if you play no Nimbles. Maybe you just play Angler and Signet Mining instead of Beaver. And what do you summon off Angler? What do we summon off Angler if we just play Angler? What if you play 2 Beaver? I mean, you can. You can, yeah. But then if you draw it, then your Anglers are all gonna suck. It's weird. Mining discards Angler? Bro, Mining is not a good card. I'm not trying to play Signet Mining. Signet Mining is a card that people play when their deck is too inconsistent otherwise. Sprite doesn't have that problem. I think Gadget is just not that good. Unless you find a combo that doesn't require Nimbles with Cyberse Gadget and a Sprite. Like, if Gadget plus Blue is a nice combo without the use of Nimbles, then maybe. But I don't really like this. The only good thing about Cyberse Gadget, I think, like, what Cyberse Gadget does to your deck, I think, is that, like, the turn 1 combos are not going to be better than with a Nimble Beaver. Is Heat Soul plus Blue enough? But you can't make Heat Soul with these. You're locked into Link 2 or lower. You can't summon Link 3 with these. Like, how do you make Heat Soul? You can with a different combo? Okay, what's the combo then? Like, what's Gadget plus Blue? If you can make Heat Soul plus Sprite combo, maybe. What's the combo? What do I make? Will Leon be streamed? Leon will be streamed, yes. With IP, it's possible? Yeah, but then you don't draw on your first turn. Bale Links, Link Spider, G Golem. Okay, that's a lot of words. Hold up. This thing, right? Target an earth monster in your grave that can be normal summoned or set. Special summon it. No. Target an earth link in your grave. Special summon it. What's the earth link? Wait, what did you say? Balinks, Link Spider. Okay, wait, so okay, wait. Link Spider. Bale. Why does it have to be Bailings? Why does it have to be Bailings? Can you stop spamming the chat with Signet Mining Pitch Angler? Please. Please stop. Any link 1, yeah, so we just use Lingoribo, right? So what you are saying is that we do this, right? I don't think it's better. I already know what we're going to do, but I don't think it's better. Didn't draw Gadget, by the way. So you say we go Gadget plus blue in this combo. We just go Gadget. We just go Gadget, make Lingoribo, get token. Token is level 2, so we can go special the blue here. Add Jet. And then this makes Link Spider. This makes Crystal Heart. You can't special blue. Anyways, you use Crystal Heart, target an Earth Link in the grave, special summon it. Special summon this. Make Heat Soul. Draw a card. Special Jet. Grab what, I mean, starter. I didn't put starter, but okay, starter or smashers. Why we can't? We absolutely can't special blue. They were just chatting. The token from Cyberse Gadget is level 2, so we can absolutely summon. You can't. Why can't I make Heat Soul? Stop chatting. Oh god, this is a link 2 and a link 1 with different attributes. The chatting is strong today. New format means a lot of chatting, apparently. And then from here on out, we still have like gigantic into whatever. Can we add adventure package? I mean, I guess you could. In this version, you could, yeah. Like, I don't know. You could do... The problem is, what do you do if you don't open Cyberse Gadget? Right? Like, what is the plan if we don't draw that? And the combos don't look as strong if we don't do that. You know? And this is where Cynet mining comes in. Because now... I hate this already. There's no way this is better than the other decks that we've looked at. Cynet mining, pitch, Enchantress. Broken deck. I hate it here. You have a ton of discard fodder for Cynet with this list? I mean... Okay, Cynet discarding a level 2 is actually nice. Because then you can use Gadget's effect to bring it back. So like, mining in this might actually be okay. Is this the goo? I don't think it is. This is not awful. You could play Prosperity, even though the extra deck is probably tight. But you would also, like, the thing is also that, like, making Heat Soul is not that insane. Can't you do this combo with the other Cyberse normal summons as Firewall and Dotscaper? You could. Actually, you could just play more Cyberses if you wanted more normal summons, yeah. Even though, they don't put any level 2s onto the field. They don't put any level 2s onto the field. The problem is you have to pair this with hand traps. Otherwise, Heat Soul isn't worth it. So it would have to be like, you know, Ash. Imperm, probably not that good, but like some amount of Bestials, I guess. Like Magna and Baldrake, I guess. Maybe Nibiru. Like, we need hand traps that we can draw into with Heat Soul. Like, it's not good. Also, what do we summon off Gigantic in this deck? What do we summon off Gigantic? We just put red up? This is just math mech with extra steps, guys. This is just math mech with extra steps. Play one Link Infra Flyer. Ah, yes, that's gonna solve everything. Wait, no. Neil, thank you for the 12 months already. Wait, sharing my graduation from Josh. Wait, does that mean you graduated? Congrats. Okay, right of Ramis here. Activate right. Get token. This. Gadget. Gadget. Grab Draco back. Discard Draco back to summon this. Get token. Special jet. Grab smashers. Wrong zone. Never mind. Link Spider. Crystal Heart into Heat Soul. Pay for Heat Soul. Draw a useless Enchantress. Pog. Starter. Into blue. Red. Overlay. Gigantic. Carrot. Red. Smashers. On opponent's turn. Pay 1,000. Draw a hand trap. The goo has been found. This is not worth it. In case anyone took this seriously, this is not worth it. This is not good. This is not good. It's not worth it. There's like so many easier ways. There's so many easier ways to play Sprite efficiently next format. Yes, it is. This is insane. I mean, hey, go for it. Hey, I'll even show you the deck list. I'll show you the deck list again. There you go. Write it down, copy it, because this is probably the last time you'll see this on the stream. This is probably the last time you'll see it on the stream. So quickly, you know, clip it and ship it. Buying all the cards as we speak. It's funny because it's probably even expensive. It's funny because it's probably even expensive. But no, I don't think Cyberse Gadget is going to make its way into Sprite decks in general. Have we tried O-Lion Sprite? Oh my god. Now we are derailing completely. What is the point? Isn't that the same thing as Gadget? What's the difference? Level 2! But you can summon it with Gigantic? Yes, you can, but then you don't get a token because the token is not level 2. So here, the first half is level 2, the second half isn't. Pog. Oh, man. Nah, dude, if you want to play Sprite, start with Runick Spright, maybe try some Tri-Brigade Spright, maybe Life Twin Spright. Very, very maybe Gishki Spright, but even then, like, pure Spright is fine. Agent Spright, no, okay, no. We are not gonna get into Agent Spright now. I'll stop you right there, Chief. I'll stop you right there. Did you already look at Labyrinth? Yes, I think Labyrinth is good. I think anything else we would look into now would probably be overcooking it a little bit too much. Because for these other decks, the concepts are either already out there, or I just don't know enough about them to build them now, because it's already 4:30. My Medolce main friend says the deck is strong. Well, I'm sorry to inform you that your Medolce main friend is also wrong. Unfortunately. So I think the best decks we've looked at today. This I'm gonna delete right now. Branded is good, although I don't know how it's gonna be built yet. Branded is very good, although I don't know how it's going to be built yet. I think Runick Spright is absolutely top tier. I think Branded is going to be top tier. I think Pure Spright is also top tier. Absolutely. Pure Spright is top tier. You, like I said earlier, literally, you put these 18 cards into the deck. You have 22 non-engine slots. This deck is going to be nice. This deck is going to be nice. Naturia, honestly, in the couple of testing hands that we did, I feel like Naturia was surprisingly strong. And that's mainly because I think Runick is just busted. Is Brave Spright in general bad? Probably not bad, no. I wouldn't say it's bad, no. But Naturia Runick is strong. Naturia Vernusylph is also something. Someone is mentioning the Vernusylph cards right now. Vernusylph is a strong, is a decent supportive archetype, yes. What felt the best? Honestly, I think the Runick variations. The Runick variations feel the best. I might be biased, but I also think Labyrinth is really strong. Labyrinth is strong, and Labyrinth, Kashtira, Branded, different Sprite variations, and Naturia Runick are like my top 5 from today. Everything else felt like a little bit like needs a little bit of work. Any Branded Despia list? I have one, but it's not done. It's like it's 50 cards still, but those are the cards I was thinking about. You really don't want to play 50 though, I think. You need to cut something. I just don't know what you want to cut, but I think it's interesting. Also, the extra deck is a big problem. The extra deck is a big problem. I think this is good. Melfi of the Forest and Melfi Playhouse in whichever Sprite variation. I think this is a good idea. Is tier dead? In my opinion, it's not dead, but it's just not good anymore. A pure Tierlist deck. A pure Tierlist deck, I don't think is very good. Like, you can play it, but I don't think it's very good. But anyways, hey, I'm gonna refer you guys to the tier list I did earlier. There's gonna be a YouTube video on that with in-depth explanations. If you missed the stream, like if you missed the earlier portions of the stream, 2 things. Subscribe to the YouTube channel because the content is gonna be there. It's not gonna be lost. I'm gonna upload the tier list video in detail. It's gonna be there tomorrow or on Friday. And there's also a VOD channel. There's also a VOD channel on YouTube, !VOD. You can subscribe to the VOD channel. The entire stream is going to be up as well. The entire stream is going to be there as well. So if you missed it, then go and check that out. Both of the content is still going to be there. You didn't miss anything. Now, I know it's a little bit early and the viewer numbers are insane, which, by the way, thank you guys so much for tuning in today, but I need to get going now because, yeah, I know, Sag, I know, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving for Lyon tomorrow morning. And that also means this is the last stream of the week. But I will be back next week. And I'll surely also see a lot of you guys at YCS Lyon. If you're going to YCS Lyon, safe travels. And best of luck in the tournament. Have fun. I'll see you guys there. If you're not going to Lyon, then, you know, enjoy your weekend. Maybe enjoy the stream of the YCS. I hope you do. Anyways, see all of you there. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're not followed yet, feel free to follow the channel. I'll be back next week with more new format testing. Next week, we're probably going to get into the practical part and actually play a bunch of games. And then also, the weekend after, we're going to watch YCS Vegas together. Obviously, we're going to do that. So, yeah, look, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a great weekend, whether at YCS Lyon or not. I'm going to see all of you there. And thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate all of you. I'll see you around. Bye-bye. And Yazoo, okay. The last second 5 gift subs by Yazoo, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the support. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the continued support. I'm glad you guys are liking the content. And but now for real, peace everybody, and